never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then. Hey, with the flip of a switch, we're ready to roll. Okay, we'll close out a Wednesday. Farewell to Hump Day. And we're headed toward the weekend. Got a Thursday about to get underway. Matter of fact, I was talking, I believe it was CDL Life that had the breakdown as we approach the big travel weekend. Some of the busiest travel times. In other words, when to maybe avoid traveling, if at all possible, because in some of the big cities, what's major traffic headaches on any given day, on a normal day? A whole lot busier. And I was kind of surprised to see, I'm scrolling down as we speak here, like today, Thursday. So a lot of people get an early start, right? Making a 4-day weekend. Busy travel times. Worst time to travel from 1 till 8 p.m. here on a Thursday. Best travel times. Get out before 6 a.m. or maybe head out after 9 p.m. Friday, obviously, things really ramp up. From the noon hour to 7 p.m., busiest travel times. Look at some of the Atlanta, for example, the I-85 corridor. Normal congestion. You know what you've got on a normal given day on Friday between that noon and 7 p.m. Be 128% more traffic versus normal. It's like 110% in Boston, 130% in the Chicago area, I-290, areas you want to avoid. But obviously, if you're in that region and you got to get out, you don't have a whole lot of choice. You got to travel, got to deal with it. But big time delays for LA, New York, San Francisco, Washington, D.C. Talk a little more about that coming up here. How do they break it down? Researchers with AAA. Even with the unbelievable fuel prices, they are predicting a busy travel weekend ahead. AAA predicting 39.2 million will be traveling 50 miles or more over the Memorial Day holiday. That's an increase of more than 8% over last year. Nra is a traffic data partner of AAA. They're predicting that drivers in major U.S. metropolitan areas may experience double the travel times compared to a normal trip this weekend, with the worst traffic delays taking place on the afternoons, yes, of today, Thursday, May 26th, and Friday, May 27th. So it's going to get busy out there. All right, if you're going to be hitting the highways, where will you be facing weather-related travel delays? We've been talking all week about this massive, slow-moving storm system that's been bringing flooding downpours and some locally violent thunderstorms. Now pushing out of Texas. Texas is, believe it or not, clear tonight. I'm not seeing any precip in Texas at all. All that shower activity is now swept across Louisiana. Most of Mississippi is pretty much clear. At the moment, it's through Alabama. Some of these storms moving into southwestern Georgia. Strong storms coming in along the Gulf Coast of the Florida Panhandle back towards Mobile. Heavy rains actually extending from right about Tuscaloosa, Alabama, all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Some of those are reaching severe thunderstorm level limits. Aside from that, you've got some spotty shower activity, one cluster of showers in central Missouri, not prompting anything as far as severe weather. There's another cluster up in north central and northwest Ohio. Let me zoom in there a little bit. Torrential rains, that is for sure, but especially from, say, Findlay to Toledo. Not reaching the criteria to be severe thunderstorms, but I have seen from the National Weather Service office some special weather statements. They are strong, winds 50 miles per hour, pea-size hail in that zone there from Findlay up toward Toledo. Those storms are moving almost from south to north, kind of an odd movement, but that's because they're on the eastern side of this much broader, sprawling system that's bringing shower activity from central and northern Illinois back through northeastern portions of Iowa. A lot of rain down through southeastern Nebraska, right through the heart of Kansas. Looks like most of the action is now east of Dodge City, but we'll see showers and thunderstorms sweeping through the Wichita area later on tonight, pushing on up toward Emporia, eventually Topeka, Kansas. Yeah, line of thunderstorms attributed to this large system produced dozens of incidents of severe weather, ranging from tornadoes to high winds and large hail through much of this week. Unbelievable there. Knickerbocker, Texas. You familiar? Hail up to the size of softballs fell there. Midland, Texas, pummeled with hail the size of large apples and rocked by hurricane-force winds of 74 miles per hour. Sundown, Texas, saw winds that actually reached 78 miles per hour. So as we roll into Thursday here, there's going to be sufficient warmth to boost some of these thunderstorms once again to damaging levels, especially through the afternoon and evening hours later today. Again, Thursday, many of the storms will be isolated in nature. There's still the risk for some of these storms to organize into maybe a couple of larger complexes. But you have to watch out for those isolated, they call them supercells, those discrete severe cells that erupt ahead of the main line of severe thunderstorms, especially in the southern states. These are the ones that tend to produce more tornadic activity. Now, there's copious amounts of moisture streaming in from the Gulf of Mexico. The risk for severe thunderstorms going to kind of overlap much of the area that it's at risk for localized flash flooding right on through Thursday night. Forecasters tell us AccuWeather says the greatest risk of tornadoes will occur within a couple hundred miles of the Gulf Coast, those southernmost reaches. Waterspouts will also be possible along the shores of the central Gulf Coast, and a few incidents of large hail are also likely. But a general 1 to 3 inches of rain will fall along about an 800-mile-long zone, and much of that rain will fall in just a few hours or less, raising that risk of flash flooding. In many areas, the ground's already saturated. In some cases, parts of Louisiana, some areas around the Great Lakes, where drought is a concern. This is going to be a beneficial rain, but it's, as too often happens, may come down too fast. Several major cities at risk for severe thunderstorms and flash flooding, stretching from Chicago to Memphis to Jackson, Mississippi. As we look at the day ahead here, Thursday, the severe threat and torrential downpours continues to shift eastward, extending along much of the I-65 corridor from the Gulf Coast all the way to the Great Lakes and on to portions of the southern Appalachians. Looks like the main threats to lives and property will be high winds and flash flooding for our Thursday into Thursday night. The risk of a few isolated tornadoes would be further south, again, from about, say, I-20 to areas south of that interstate corridor, especially central portions of Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, southward. Atlanta is among those major cities at risk for severe storms and flash flooding later today, as well as the Nashville and Cincinnati metro areas further to the north and west. Looks like the risk of flash flooding for the day ahead, greatest over the mountains and the hilly terrain, where 2 to 4 inches generally will fall. Now, they're talking some areas could see, if you're in some of those heavier thunderstorm cells, could see up to 9 inches of rain. Even outside the mountains, 1 or 2 inches of rain may come down over a brief period of time. So we could see some street flooding as well. As the storm continues to steadily move along, the risk of severe weather begins to shift east of the Appalachians for Friday. As we get set to roll into the weekend, it'll extend from the Carolinas to parts of south central and southeastern Pennsylvania. Just as in prior days, the main threat will be high wind gusts, flash flooding. Some of the strongest storms at the end of the week here may produce some hail, maybe an isolated tornado once again. As we look toward Friday, areas extending from Albany, New York to Charlotte, North Carolina, down into central Georgia. Now, depending on how far to the northeast the warm, humid air expands on Friday, there's a chance that a strong, maybe even severe storm could reach the New York City metro area. By Saturday, forecasters say the threat of severe storms will have subsided for much of the country, except for one high-population region. Strong storms could develop along the mid-Atlantic coast. Downpours may be intense enough to lead to localized street and small stream flooding in the coastal areas there in the northeast as well. That same massive storm will lead to kind of a wet start to the long Memorial Day weekend there in the northeast. Conditions gradually improve. By Monday, of course, Monday's going to be more or less the big travel day. People begin headed home. But much of the eastern USA, things should be much quieter for your actual Memorial Day itself. Now, I know Kyle Fisher with Hot Shot Secret. Kyle and Diesel Don, they're on the road. They may have reached their destination by now. And I came across a post that Kyle had put up here on Facebook just a few hours ago. Kyle and Diesel Don, they got some help from DHD, which is Dirty Hooker Diesel. That's quite the name. He shared some photographs, but a big thanks to Tony and the crew there at Dirty Hooker Diesel. He said, we're headed up to the Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge, powered by Elite Diesel. And the trailer, obviously loaded up with all the Hot Shot Secret products to have there at the booth this weekend. We have an extremely heavy trailer that was given my truck a Carolina squat. I'll be honest, I'm not real familiar. What the heck's a Carolina squat? Anyway, the DHD guys not only cut my stubborn, permanently locked pin off the hitch, but they installed these equalizer bars to help distribute the weight, and they did all this in the rain. And I might add, I can't believe how much these bars have helped, the stabilizer bars. You guys are a lifesaver. Thanks again, guys. So, all right. Glad you got some help there. Kyle, Diesel Don, have a good time. Looks like your weather should be pretty decent for the big Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge coming up here. Friday, Saturday, I believe that is. I'll have to double check on the dates. I don't know if it's Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday. I think it's Friday and Saturday, but nonetheless, our number is 844-844-3388. Who we got checking in out of the box? Philly Dan. You've got a habit of being right on the money at the midnight hour there, Dan. Good to have you with us. Good morning, drivers from Philadelphia. Stay safe, and God bless the Rambler. High pressure pumping on board, ready to roll. Copy in the mail. Chevy guy, there's Timothy and Zorro. Good morning. Woody says, hey there, Mr. Sommers. The legendary Big Moose going to bed. I'll catch the podcast tomorrow morning. Everybody keep it between the spotted and the solid. Good night to all. All right, don't be snoring. Dogs won't be able to sleep. All right, Moose. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. We've got a warm 63 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. Yes, we are at a very summer-like 73 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. When the last few evenings, we've been in the 50s. Yeah, almost jacket kind of weather, but no jacket necessary tonight stepping out the bunker. Good morning from Central Florida. Say, looky there. Richard says it's 73 degrees. We are just as warm here as you are in Central Florida tonight, Richard. I don't know. Maybe that's all this warm air that's in place. That's going to be the fuel potentially for some of those stronger storms. As they mentioned, Cincinnati's in that zone. They could see some of those thunderstorms here on Thursday. Hello to Scott. Good morning from Southgate, Kentucky. Howdy, Steve, my man. There's Gerald. Let's put God and the paddle back in our schools. Everybody stay safe out there. All right, Barry's on board. Hey there, Steve-O. Good to have you with us. Let's see. Morning, Mr. Sommers. Try the zip line. I know you said you were going down to the Ark attraction this weekend. I did not realize they had a zip line sort of adventure thing there, huh? He goes on to say we need to arm the schools with police officers starting right now. I don't care what the cost is. Anyway, love you, man. The Woodpecker. Thank you, Woodpecker. There's the Michigan Madman, a soggy Michigan Madman. Check it in tonight. Hello to Deborah. Morning, Steve. It's a soggy, chilly morning here in Indiana. Prayers for the families in Texas. And as an educator, I'm going to be looking for ways to improve security. Stay safe out there. Okay, afternoon, everybody. Hammer down. Be safe out there. Back in the saddle tonight. Took my last night off. All right. Hello, Steve. Did you see that Beto O'Rourke made a total embarrassment of himself today? I'm pretty sure his political future is done. Yes, I do have the story right here beside me. Beto, yes, made a complete ass of himself. They were having a press conference. The governor in Texas and a number of others. Ted Cruz was on hand. I forget who all else, but and this is in regards to the shooting that was less than 24 hours, and he was giving an update. And Beto's actually in the audience. He didn't actually interrupt the governor. I believe it was when the lieutenant governor began to speak. He started shouting at them. Actually, the mayor of Uvalde, the mayor was really PO'd, had a few choice words. Something about Beto O'Rourke, you're an a-hole, get out of here. He was ultimately escorted out by police, believe it or not. What a jackwagon. But we'll give you the full scoop. Got that coming up. Gotta love old Beto. Beto O'Rourke, the guy that said, hell yeah, we're going to take away your AKs and your ARs. That's the guy. Top of the morning, Steve. Hello to Santa Claus, 75 in Tehachapi, California. Going to crank it up in about an hour and a half. A quick turn up to Northern California and back to our national training base at Fort Irwin, California. Got a set of wiggle wagons tonight. Santa Claus out. All right. Safe travel, Santa Claus. There's Charles checking in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Rainy with 56 degrees at this hour. At the home front, after a regular run to Wyoming, Montana, and back to Texas. I hit my milestone, 20 years with Performance Food Group. How about that? Well, congratulations. The miles are adding up, aren't they, Charles? Many years of sunny side up and greasy side down. Everybody stay safe out there, Steve. Keep them awake as always. But for me, it's Skullbuster time. There you go. Enjoy, Charles. And again, congratulations on that 20-year milestone. There's the Dipsy driver. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience on both sides of the equator. 64, we've got kind of a steady rain here in mid-Michigan. Did get the lawn mowed before the rains moved in. I got some sore muscles I forgot I even had. All right, 21 past the hour. Get some of the other friends via YouTube and Facebook tonight. It's overnightdriveradio.com. Good to have you on board. Or hello to our friends via tncradio.live. This Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment EDT will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Anybody out there heard from our Canadian friend Terry in recent days? I don't recall seeing him check in at all this week. He normally chimes in, says hello via either YouTube or Facebook. Usually has a little something to us. Just kind of curious because I was looking at the story from, of course, we touched on it earlier this week, that massive storm last weekend, the incredible derecho that impacted nearly half the population in Canada. Widespread wind damage. I did not realize at one point nearly 1 million Canadian households were out of power, and believe it or not, 4 days after that storm, the derecho moved through last weekend, there's still over 150,000 without power in either Ontario or Quebec, those two Canadian provinces. Yeah, one power company said it was the most damaging event in their history there. This intense derecho, straight line winds, but winds of hurricane force. Yeah, the deadly event, 11 deaths, as a matter of fact, in Canada. The wind gust reaching hurricane force for nearly 12 hours, if you could imagine. Carving a nearly 800-mile path from southwest to northeast over the most densely populated areas in Canada, from Toronto to Montreal to Ottawa. Millions had received a warning from the National Public Alert System, telling them to seek shelter. That was the first mobile phone alert for thunderstorms to go out since the new criteria was set there last year. The chief meteorologist Jonathan Porter said the derecho traveled through an area that included roughly 18 million people. That's about 47% of the population in the country of Canada. The devastating windstorm, likely to be remembered as one of the most impactful, if not the most impactful thunderstorm complex to affect Canada. But as a result of the damage, officials in the Ontario towns of Uxbridge and Clarence Rockford both had declared states of emergency. Thousands of residents stranded without power. Tuesday, Environment Canada confirmed there was indeed an EF2 tornado that was embedded along the leading edge of that derecho that struck Uxbridge. That twister, the strongest tornado reported in the country so far this year. But at the height of that storm, a total of 925,000 were without power. Again, nearly 150,000 homes and businesses still in the dark 4 days later, which was this past afternoon. The power company, Hydro Ottawa, the CEO, said this past day, the storm which downed 4 huge transmission towers, not poles. We're talking those big, high, big power towers. More damage to the utilities infrastructure than even the tornadoes that they dealt with in 2018. Even more damage than the infamous ice storm from back in 1998. That was a storm that caused billions of dollars in damage across eastern Canada. So as far as the power company there, more damage than that. Hope Terry and the family's okay there in Canada. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Lost Wages, a.k.a. Las Vegas, Nevada. We've got a blistering 94 degrees at this hour. I mean, really, how do these people deal with this heat? It's suffocating. After not being able to deliver in Phoenix, they wanted me to bring it to Las Vegas to the manufacturer's warehouse. I figured I might as well reset my hours while I'm here. So we'll be headed out to Florida Friday morning. Back to Georgia Friday morning. David Perdue never stood a chance against Kemp in that primary Tuesday after he did the big announcement near Savannah last week of the new big foreign car plant, Kia or Hyundai, whatever it was, that was going to be built. It was a very smart photo op for him, so close to the election. But I cannot stand him after what the 2000 Mules movie revealed about the 2020 Georgia election. Forgot to mention, I got my Hot Shot secret order last weekend. Got me some Shift Restore, some Stiction Eliminator, and Diesel Extreme. Gotta get up early tomorrow, so everybody have a great night. And everybody be careful out there. All right, thank you for being with us there, Buckeye Boy. Pappy on board tonight, a humid 70 degrees here in Harrison, Ohio. Stay focused, everybody. Hammer down and be safe out there. Let's get our news break. And who wants to be first out of the box? Lines wide open at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Democrat Beto O'Rourke, who's running to become the next governor of Texas, crashed a press conference on Wednesday and slammed his opponent, Republican Governor Greg Abbott. O'Rourke said the governor is, quote, doing nothing. Uvalde's Mayor Don McLaughlin told O'Rourke he was out of line and asked him to leave. Abbott said the shooter killed 19 children and 2 teachers before being fatally shot. In addition, he shot his grandmother and posted 3 disturbing messages on Facebook before carrying out the attack. Some relief is on the horizon for parents scrambling to find formula to feed their babies. Abbott Nutrition in Sturgis, Michigan, said it will restart production on June 4th. Contamination concerns closed the plant earlier this year. The company has denied that its formula is linked to any illnesses. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, couple from the email bag before we get to your calls at 844-844-3388. Got an update from Santa Claus here. So I'm going to have a very busy weekend in San Francisco, a.k.a. San Francisco. As soon as I get back from Fort Irwin, I'll be headed to the Gay Bay. My wife will be performing with a Brazilian band in the Carnival Parade. It's kind of a Mardi Gras type parade thing. I'll be involved with the production and walk along the parade groups. And no, I will not be marching in the parade in my assless chaps. Thank goodness. In case anyone's in the Bay Area, the parade will occur Sunday morning. It will be televised here in California. There's an 8-block-long street fair, also in the Mission District, with free entertainment. Main attraction is some group called Momotombo, a collaboration of groups from Santana and Malo. The parade will be 2 miles long. It'll take 3.5 hours. And if you're following what former basketball player Charles Barkley said last night, just watch where you're walking, as there's shish kebab on them streets. You can't make this stuff up. Yes, the streets of San Francisco. There's shish kebab on those streets. Yes, there is. And hello to Wheelchair Dave this morning. Sold out. Indy 500. Wow. Steve, once again, this great nation is coming up on Memorial Day weekend, in which we can all bow our heads and pray for all those who gave their lives for us. We also can pray that God helps this nation in these troubled times. For all of us race fans, the greatest race in the world, the Indy 500, will be taking place this coming Sunday for the 106th time. Yes, I said the 106th time. There are 8 previous winners in the field. Scott Dixon will be starting on the pole. He was a winner in 2008. Tony Kanaan starting 6th, 2013 winner. Takuma Sato starting 10th, 2017 winner. Will Power starting 11th, 2018 winner. Simon Pagenaud starting 16th, the 2019 winner. Alexander Rossi starting 20th, the 2016 winner. Helio Castroneves starting 27th. He is a 4-time winner. 2001, 2, 2009, and 22. Okay. Juan Pablo Montoya will be starting 30th. He's a 2-time winner, 2000 and 2015. With so many previous winners starting so deep in the field Sunday, this race could be very, very exciting. And at the same time, there are 7 rookies in the field. Let's see, Romain Grosjean starting 9th. Jimmy Johnson, yes, Jimmy Johnson in his Indy 500 debut will be starting 12th. David Malkus starting 13th. Callum Elliott starting 19th. Devlin DeFrancesco starting 24th. Kyle Kirkwood at 28th, and Christian Lundgaard starting 31st. Now, for all the truck drivers out there, please pay close attention to the rookie David Malkus, who's an American driver whose father actually finances his son's racing through his highly successful trucking company called HMD Trucking Incorporated. Very similar to the old days of Dick Simon and Simon Trucking Company. Anyway, God bless the United States of America, and may all U.S. citizens have a wonderful, safe holiday weekend. From your friend, Wheelchair Dave, listening in this morning in Lake Lanier, Georgia. How about that sold-out Indy 500? Hey, out of the box. What's going on, Pappy? What a beautiful night out there.
What's happening, Mr. Steve Sommers?
When's the last time you got to be first out of the box, Pappy? Yes.
Number 1, uno, runo. What up? Man, I missed some of the show last night. Had to get to bed early to take
the I saw that.
girl to a doctor's appointment. I'm probably going to repeat what some callers already probably called in and said, but let's just do it anyway. Let's start off with our president, Steve.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. Comes out and politicizes this. talking about gun control. Steve, the American people are fed up with this gun control nonsense. It's a lost cause. It ain't going to happen. These whacked out liberals are barking up the wrong tree. Biden disgraced his family again, if that's even possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, all his future relatives, grandkids, or great-grandkids, great-great-grandkids are going to be embarrassed that their last name is Biden. Southern numbnuts at the press conference. What was his name? Rourke?
Yeah, Beto O'Rourke, yes.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to take your guns. His parents probably are ashamed they spawned such a person. Steve, if they wanted to solve this problem, they could. How many decades has this been going on, Steve?
Yes.
Even the government, even though that, you know, you can't trust them or resolve them to solve any real problems, because everything they put their hand in the cookie jar, they just mess up. So maybe it's up to the people, you know, to take control and do what we got to do to these schools. Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you can do a little Google search there, but try to tell me the last time there was a active shooter at any prison, penitentiary, or jail.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
I have no recollection of any, right?
It might have been a few riots and people upset because they didn't get the big cookie, you know. But I don't recall anybody walking in with a assault rifle and whacking a bunch of people, Steve. So the problem could be solved if we really wanted to. You know, I'm not saying we turn these schools into prisons, but they can be fortified, Steve. And one of these night show hosts, what was his name, Stephen Colbert, whatever his name is, was making fun of Hannity tonight, talking about putting armed guards in the school, you know, hiring retired law enforcement or military personnel, you know, to put in the schools. He was laughing at it, you know, saying, is that what we're going to do? Well, if that's what has to be done, Steve, there's some special forces I follow, Steve. There's Mike Glover. He was at Green Beret. Tim Kennedy. Anybody's ever heard of the sheepdogs out there? These guys are ex-military, ex-special forces. They know what they're talking about. They teach this stuff, Steve. I've taught some of this stuff. I mean, with the active shooter, every time we had in-service training, for I don't know how many years, Steve, I was one of the instructors. There's a ALICE training that's put on at the schools. I'm not an instructor in that, but I'm well familiar with it. And what they teach these kids, Steve, and they need to rethink some of the things that they're teaching these kids. They're teaching them to run, hide, fight, which is the wrong thing to be teaching these kids. You can't hide. If a bad guy comes into a classroom and they're all hunkered down under their desks or hiding in the closet, Steve, they're helpless. Helpless. First of all, these children, these 5, 6, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, don't have the mental capacity to deal with something like this. You can try to train them, but their brains just aren't capable of, you know, a lot of adults can't handle situations like this. How many times did you see videos or hear about somebody that gets startled or gets a gun put in their face and they just faint. It's happened to soldiers, Steve, trained soldiers, that when stuff hits the fan, you know, they fall down and damn near faint, and they're just in shock. It happens. It happens to the best of us. You can try to train yourself to deal with that, but 8-year-old kids, their mindset, they're just not developed.
No.
I think, what is it, 25 years old till your brain actually fully develops? There's other medical terms for some of this, Steve, but to tell them to run, hide, and then fight, in my opinion, is the wrong thing to be doing. We should be telling them to escape, right? If you can't escape, then you fight. But hiding is not going to work. The schools, Steve, you know, each classroom they talk about, and a lot of these schools do. They lock these doors. They got automatically locking doors.
Right.
Which I'm fine with. That's cool. That can slow somebody down from getting in these doors. Okay, might not stop them. They really want to get in. If evil really wants to get in, Steve, they're going to get in. Make it hard for them to get in the school to begin with. You were talking about the double doors last night.
Right.
That's a must. It's a must. But too many schools don't have fences up. You can walk right in, probably sneak your way in. There should be checkpoints, Steve, and you know, only 1 or 2 entrances. I get it. You got traffic to deal with. So you got to get these vehicles off the street. But limit the entrances, you know. And the problem with these classrooms, Steve, there's no escape. There has to be some sort of escape in every one of these classrooms. And if we're talking about remodeling, when we start building schools, taking some of this stuff into consideration, having armed more than one school resource officer in the building, I mean, that's a start, but you need more than one.
But they all,
we can solve this problem.
We've had this debate how many times before, and every time they say, well, it's so expensive, it costs so much. I mean, these resource officers, they don't work for free. And I mean, I've got a question here about after some of these previews, you had Columbine, you had Sandy Hook, you had a bunch of other, Parkland, whatever. I thought, haven't all these schools and law enforcement agencies gone through the process and the training about, I can't remember which school it was. It may have been Sandy Hook, where the law enforcement didn't go in. They staged outside. They waited. And apparently that happened in this case. I mean, this went on for like 40 minutes before they went in and killed a guy.
That's not what we're being trained now, Steve. I can tell you that. It was kind of in the past. We used to do what we call this quad training, where you would wait for, if I show up on scene, you would wait for 3 other officers to show up. So you go in as a team of 4. So you got somebody looking ahead, you got somebody looking right, you got somebody looking left, and you got somebody looking behind you. And you make that entry, and you go towards the gunshots. That takes time. You just don't know what the response time is going to be. You just never know, especially in a rural area like that. I mean, here in Hamilton County, I'm telling you, if that call comes out, there's an active shooter at school, everybody is dropping what they're doing, and they're going to that. But, you know, you some cars could be there in a matter of seconds, minutes. It just depends on where they're at, but they're going to get there, and they're going to get there quick. And every officer has to make a decision, Steve, before this happens. I already made the decision. Already came to that conclusion. In fact, it was just a few months ago when they were having prom. I was driving, I was working, and Steve, I'm sitting here telling you, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, driving by Harrison High School, man, what would happen right now if all of a sudden we got reports of, shots fired going on here? What am I going to do? Where am I going to commit at? Where am I going to park? Where am I going to go in? What am I going to do? But I already made that decision, and I'm not waiting. I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm not going to wait for backup. You got to go in and eliminate the threat because every second counts.
Yeah.
Put it this way. I hope I go in, and because you never know until that moment of truth comes. Am I going to freeze up? I've been put in situations before where I didn't freeze up, so I'm pretty confident, Steve, that I would go in and try to neutralize the threat.
And by going by going in alone, you're actually putting yourself at a much, much higher risk, right?
Is what it is, Steve.
Yeah.
I'm 62 years old, man. I can honestly say I lived a pretty happy life. But if I could save just one more child from getting killed, I'll take that chance. That's what we do. That's what we sign up to do. But if you want to fix it, we can fix it. And you nailed it on the head just a few minutes ago when you talked about the cost. How many times have you looked at the TV during these school fundings? They get voted down. People are tired of paying higher school levies.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom line is if we really, really want to fix this problem, we can do it. It's going to cost money, and it's going to take manpower. And whatever the whacked out left liberals are saying, ignore it. Just ignore them. The only thing that stops a whacked out, homicidal, maniac, evil person with a firearm is another God-fearing person with a firearm. The old saying, you're going to show up to a gunfight with a knife. You're going to show up at a gunfight, at a tank fight with a gun. Throughout history, Steve, if somebody had a gun and you had a gun, it's all throughout history. What can I do to outgun this person? So we got to outgun the bad guys, the people trying to kill our kids. And if you got to stick two armed people out there carrying M16s strapped over their shoulder, oh my God, that looks too intimidating. Right, it does look like a prison when you roll up. So be it. Man, I know I rambling on here. You're getting close to the top of the hour. That's my 2 cents worth. If we want to fix this problem, we can. I don't think the government's going to do it. I think the people is going to have to start showing up at some school board meetings. You can't tell me they ain't got some of the money. How much money we send over to Ukraine, Steve? $54 billion?
Yes.
I think that would go a long way. $1 billion a state. That's over $1 billion for each state would go a long way to fortifying these schools.
I've already seen some posts this past day that something akin to there's 120,000. Have you seen that? K through 8 schools in this country. $54 billion would break down to $400,000 for every single school in this country.
Steve, when you think about it, $400,000 a school. It's really not that much money. It's really not. I'll fork out a couple $100 right now. Right now, and I got one more kid in school. She's getting ready to graduate here soon, hopefully. Right. What do you need? What can I do?
Yeah.
When I retire, you want me to come hang out there for a while, I'll be more than happy to. It can be done. We just got to put our minds to it. Don't rely on the government to do it.
All right.
All right, my man. Have a good night,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you for chiming in. Thanks for what you do. And as always, be safe out there. Got the crazies. Memorial Day weekend coming up, right? Yeah, we did learn a lot this past day, 24 hours after the fact. And there's a few things that, as I was just mentioning, how does an event like this unfolding extend out for like 40 minutes? According to the reports, onlookers were urging police to go in, charge the school. One witness said this past day, as investigators were working to track how this all unfolded, that lasted, again, upwards of 40 minutes. A woman shouting at officers after the attack began, "Go in there, go in there." Yeah, she saw the scene from outside her home, which was across the street from the school. She said the officers did not go in. Now, minutes earlier, she watched as the shooter, Ramos, crashed his truck in a ditch outside the school, grabbed his AR-15, and shot two people outside a nearby funeral home, or shot at two people at a nearby funeral home that ran away. They were not injured. There was apparently an exchange of gunfire with the school district security officer as he ran inside and fired on two arriving Uvalde police officers who were outside the building. Both of those officers were injured, not life-threatening, but hold that thought. We'll pick up there what we know, what we've learned, and your comments at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
A fraudulent petition signatures report has been referred to Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel on Wednesday. A suspected signature forgery operation is compromising ballot placement for 19 candidates in Michigan, including 4 of 9 Republican gubernatorial hopefuls. A 10th candidate withdrew from the race on Monday. Michigan's Board of State Canvassers, which will accept or deny those signatures, will meet on Thursday. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has proposed restrictions that would block plans for a copper and gold mine in Alaska's Bristol Bay region. It's the latest in a long-running dispute over efforts by developers to advance the mine in a region known for its salmon runs. Critics of the Pebble Mine project called the move an important step. Others called the EPA's proposal, quote, a political maneuver. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
West Virginia has reached a tentative settlement with drug makers in an opioid crisis trial.
West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrissey said Wednesday attorneys for the state of West Virginia and 2 remaining pharmaceutical manufacturers have reached a tentative $161.5 million settlement, just as closing arguments were set to begin in a 7-week trial over the opioid epidemic. The lawsuit accused Teva Pharmaceuticals and AbbVie Incorporated and its companies of downplaying the risks of addiction associated with opioid use and overstating the benefits. The judge in Charleston, West Virginia, put the trial on hold for the parties to work things out. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Joe Biden said he and First Lady Jill Biden will be traveling to Texas in the coming days after a mass shooting at a school left 19 children and 2 adults dead. Biden says he hopes to bring some comfort to the community. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention data released this week showed that about 1% more babies were born in 2021 than in 2020. The slight bump followed a historic drop of 4% in 2020, the largest decrease in a half a century. The Washington Examiner reported women under 25 saw an overall 2% decrease in births from 2020, which is a record low for that age group. The shortage of baby formula took center stage on Wednesday. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Some states are facing serious shortages of baby formula. A House Energy and Commerce subcommittee held a hearing on Wednesday to investigate the Food and Drug Administration's role in the shortage. Virginia Republican Congressman Morgan Griffith says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
Was the administration aware that an infant formula shortage was developing for over 2 years and failed to take sufficient action to prevent the shortage from getting worse? Or were they caught flat-footed? Or, as I believe, both? No matter the reason, it's not acceptable.
He says he wants to know why the FDA didn't act if they allegedly knew about the shortage 3 months ago.
Literary super agent Mort Janklow, whose clients included Ronald Reagan and Barbara Walters, has died at the age of 91. Janklow was credited for the proliferation of blockbuster books and million-dollar deals in the 1970s and beyond. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And welcome back. Back on a Thursday, and weekend on the horizon here. Big travel weekend, holiday weekend, Memorial Day weekend. The weekend we remember those who gave all. Who we got checking in? Bo's online this morning. Morning, Steve. 60, cloudy, eastbound I-44, Springfield, Missouri, headed towards Chicago. FJB. I get plenty of those, you know that? And a Let's Go Brandon here and there tossed in. Hello to Robert this morning. There's Shorty on board. 79 degrees at the Georgia-Florida line. I-95 southbound. Hello to Robert. There's Dean checking in. Dean said, the Carolina squat, Steve, the Carolina squats, when you're towing something so heavy, that the back wheels on your truck start to bow out, making it look like your truck is squatting. All right. Little education for Steve this morning. The Carolina squat. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, 64. Some occasional light mist in Martinsville, Virginia. Keep it shiny side up. All right. Tony on board. Morning. Rain in Great Bend, Kansas. Have a great Thursday, though. Let's see. There's Hillbilly Tex, exit 81 on the big I-75, waving a hand, tipping a hat to all this morning. Passing by. Good to have you on board there. Morning overnight drive crew and Steve Sommers. There's Kentucky Ken, about 30 miles west of Madison, Wisconsin. Just woke up to more rain. On my way to Louisville in a few hours. I'll be catnapping for a few more hours. Kentucky Ken is listening in. And there's Truckin' Troy. Morning, Steve. Live and in Technicolor in Kalamazoo. 70 degrees outside. There you go. And we're hanging at 73 outside the secret bunker. All right, back to what we know. How things unfolded at the school there on Wednesday. Or that would have been Tuesday, right? Tuesday, yeah. After exchanging fire with the district security officer, again, then the two officers that responded, shot, apparently both of them were injured as well. Hours later, Considine said authorities didn't know for sure whether the school resource officer exchanged gunfire or not. But Ramos charged into one classroom, and he begun the process of methodically killing, according to law enforcement. All the carnage, all the death was in one classroom. He barricaded himself by locking the door and just started shooting children and teachers that were in that classroom. It just shows the complete evil of this individual. All those killed were in the same classroom. Now, the Department of Public Safety director said it was within 40 minutes or so from when he initially opened fire on the security officer when the SWAT-like Border Patrol team shot him. Law enforcement officials later said it's unclear if the gunman and the security officer had fired on one another. Another enforcement officer familiar with the investigation said the Border Patrol agents had trouble breaching that classroom door. Yeah, technically, that's the purpose of those doors. In the event of a lockdown, the idea is that door is unable to be breached by the bad guy, but in this case, the bad guy was in. They actually had to get a staff member to open that room with a key. All right, Carranza felt the officers should have entered the school sooner. Now, that was the woman that lived across the street. She said there were more of them, and there was just one of him. And they explained Uvalde, a largely Latino town. Some 16,000 people, about 75 miles from the Mexican border. This particular elementary school, which has nearly 600 students in second, third, and fourth grades, young kids, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. A single-story brick structure in a mostly residential neighborhood of modest homes. As we had heard initially, Ramos shot and wounded his grandmother at her home. Apparently, neighbors called police when she had staggered outside. They saw she had been shot in the face. Shot in the face, his own grandmother. Now, they did clarify that Ramos had legally purchased the rifle and a second one like it just last week. Just after his 18th birthday, which in my mind, it sounds like he had been premeditating this, if I had to venture, just waiting for that 18th birthday. No light being shed on the motive, but Yet later in the day, there's been a number of interviews with people, former students and classmates that knew this kid. Yes, he was a troubled youth, had mental issues. All right, Governor Abbott says he had no known criminal or mental health history, but evil swept Uvalde this past day. Now, about a half hour before the shooting, Ramos actually sent the first of what turned out to be 3 online messages, social media, Facebook messages. He wrote that he was going to shoot his grandmother, then that he had actually shot the woman. In the last note sent about 15 minutes before he got to the school, he said he was going to shoot up an elementary school. He didn't specify which. He sent the private one-to-one text messages via Facebook, and those messages apparently weren't seen until after the tragedy. I'm not seeing as to whom he sent those messages to. But Facebook apparently is cooperating with investigators, but that's what we know. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Here on a Thursday, what's happening, Chevy Guy?
How you doing this morning? Now, I've noticed something. You can park a cruiser in the medium or on the side of the road with a dummy in it, and you'll see brake lights come on. You know, if you park a unmarked car in the medium or on the side of the road, a lot of times you'll not see any brake lights. There won't be nothing. Well, it's not going to cost the counties any extra to park their extra vehicles outside the school entrances. You know, that's 2 maybe in a big county, you know, 1 at the front, 1 at the back. You know, make sure they're runnable, make sure they're, you know, that's 1 resource officer can maintain 2 vehicles. Well, that right there is a big sign for anybody that's thinking, well, I'm going to go into this school and do damage. But, you know, because you have these cruisers sitting there, and it's not going to cost these schools any more money. You're going to have deputy sheriffs out there anyway. So that's a lame cost is a lame excuse and very aggravating. Yeah, we went through all this before. Remember the resource officer that refused to go in years ago was in the Florida shooting. And after everything's said and done, they went after him. He was a former retired police officer. And like Pappy said, he was waiting for backup. And of a truth, I think the best excuse I heard him say, who do you go in to shoot? It ain't nothing for them because all these kids are running in all different directions.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know that at least if you got backup, if the shooter's got his gun hid in a bag or a gym bag or whatever, at least, you've got somebody to protect you or you can protect your buddy when they pull the gun out of there. So, yeah, there's some things they can do that's not going to cost any more money. Obviously, training. Why was that door unlocked? You know, the shooter locked that door.
Yep.
Why was not that door locked down? You know, it should only be
that would obviously be because the shooter, I guess he ran straight into the school and they had no idea that he was even in there and they didn't have a chance to lock anything down yet.
Well, you've got a principal and vice principal that should be guarding the doors, until the classroom doors are locked down. It's just simple stuff. Here in this county, I ain't going to say what it was, which I can't figure out. They tore down they had borderline fencing, chain link fence all the way around the high school, grade school. And for some reason, some of them nuts decided to have it all tore down. I guess they were afraid it looked prison-like. But the truth of the matter is, that was a good situation to start with. That resource. I mean, the sheriff's department's real close right there. Block away. Anybody that's inside that fence better have a reason to be there. have a tag around their neck like it would. Have just as much protection for these kids as we do our lawyers in the courthouse. And it just this is just, you wonder, how did this happen? Like I said, the shooter had the door locked. They couldn't get in. Well, that door should have been locked, and there should have been somebody guarding the door, front and back doors of that school until them doors were locked down and kids were safe.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion.
Going back to my school days, certain days the teacher might shut the door when class starts. Oftentimes they'd leave the door propped open, but I don't think it's is it protocol to lock the doors when kids sit down on any given day on a normal day?
You'd think the protocol is, supposedly we went through all that. That's why you have, in our day, in the 70s, I had an open campus in Melbourne, Florida. There were no doors. The hallways were breezeways. And, concrete block cubicles, were the classrooms. So it would be difficult to do that unless you rebuilt the school. Mm-hmm. But they didn't have a need for resource officers. Now, here's what I called about. Now, I got into that with what Pappy was saying. But, just park a cruiser out there. That way your kid sees a cruiser, maybe he'll think twice and go to the next school, and then he sees another cruiser, But what I called about is something, I heard a blurb, I listened to Tucker, Laura Ingraham, and Hannity, which Hannity is aggravating me somewhat. But I heard a blurb where on this 1,000 Mules story has actually had a reaction. Some in Arizona, in one of the counties, they're actually doing legal action against some of the activist groups that were indicated in that video, and I think that's big news right there. So I don't know if you can look that up or whatever, but that movie has already had some positive reactions, and that's even for the Democrats, people that don't believe like I do, because whether you win or lose, it's easier to live with what you have when you lose if you feel confident it was a fair fight, and that's where we're at right now. You can't insult the office of the president, because we do not feel like he's there legitimately. Now, he is because of the Electoral College, okay? But even at this time, from as much activity that was illegal activity in the, the stuff that we know, the goings on, even the Electoral College has been, was corrupted. In other words, people that's there shouldn't have been there. So hey, like I said, I hope there's more of it. On the news today, what's going on in Pennsylvania? They still don't know what the situation is. This is just...
the recount is about to get underway there, and it's down to just over 800 votes in that particular contest. And then, of course, what's his name? McCormick, I believe it is. He's wanting to change the rules on the fly. You've got the rules in place. If you're going to mail in an absentee ballot, the rules to do this, you must sign and date the external envelope. There's a place there, signature, date. And there's a purpose. There's a reason for having signatures on these envelopes. It's to prevent fraud. Now, there's a number, don't say how many, but there's a number of mail-in ballots that were not apparently signed or dated. And McCormick's trying to sue and say, well, we need to count these. I don't care that the rules say that, and that's been on the books for some time. If they're not signed and dated, they're not eligible. They're not countable. We want to change that now. You can't just change the rules when you're counting the damn ballots. But that's where that's it. Quick timeout. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, and a point to ponder is it just me, or is it just... Isn't it mighty damn odd that here we are this length of time after the election day, the primary day, and they're still counting ballots? What takes so long to count these things? All right, let's see. Top election official, Pennsylvania, said the margin between the top two candidates obviously tight enough to trigger an automatic recount. It's 902 votes, according to what I'm seeing here, or 0.07 percentage points. One question for McCormick's campaign is whether there are enough outstanding ballots for him to make up the difference. The Department of State estimated that counties had about 10,000 provisional and absentee ballots remaining to count. Now, I could swear 5 or 6 days ago, they said the same thing. What are they doing? Why do you still have 10,000 that you haven't counted? There's another 860 Republican mail-in ballots without the handwritten dates on the envelope. That's what McCormick's suing about. He wants to change the rules. If you don't sign and date the envelope, the rules in Pennsylvania say that does not count. It's not eligible. Now, in a recount, most ballots are simply rescanned electronically. Election workers check ballots by hand if a scanner recorded no vote or dismissed it as a double vote. They may find more voters there. The biggest change in votes would come from the discovery of some sort of a data entry error or a human mistake, such as transposed numbers when tallying the precinct voting data. That could go in either direction. But the Associated Press will not declare a winner in the race until a recount is completed, and that they're now telling us that could take till June the 8th. Now, the deadline for counties to report their unofficial results to the state election office was Tuesday. Now, even with that deadline passed, here we go. There are counties that are continuing to count as of yesterday, including provisional, military, and overseas absentee ballots. The recount order is mandatory unless the losing candidate requests that they not do it, which obviously McCormick is in no form or fashion going to say we don't want to recount. So counties will begin the recount next week. Obviously, it won't be till Tuesday. Monday being a holiday, they will have until June the 7th to finish, and then another day to report the results to the state. In those cases, McCormick's hoping to get help closing the gap. Now, his campaign actually asked the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to compel those counties to promptly count those ballots. There's a lower court that ordered a hearing for next Tuesday on the matter. These lawsuits are going to drag this out. All right, the Republican Oz, the Republican National Committee, and the State Republican Party are all opposing McCormick's request. There's a separate case that affects those same ballots that could actually go to the United States Supreme Court. Hey, boy. All right, we've got 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls coming up. I'm not sure the girl talking about the shooting. We'll see who's on that line. Heat waves on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. And also, I've got plenty of industry headlines to throw your way. The state of Maryland will soon expand the requirement to move over. The move over laws. It's commonsensical, that and so much more. As we roll into a Thursday, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
China wants 10 small Pacific nations to endorse a sweeping agreement covering everything from security to fisheries. One leader warns it's a game-changing bid by China to gain control of the region. A draft of the agreement obtained by the Associated Press shows China wants to train Pacific police officers, team up on traditional and non-traditional security, and expand law enforcement cooperation. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer is continuing her efforts to shore up the legal right to an abortion if the U.S. Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. Whitmer signed an executive order on Wednesday requiring state departments and agencies to increase protections for reproductive health care. In some cases, it bars them from cooperating with other states or local communities. Whitmer is also challenging the state's dormant ban on abortion in the courts. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. And we'll get right back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. All right, who we got on the line here?
It's Grump.
Hello, Grump. It says I don't know. It says the girl is shooting. Okay, hello, Grump.
What the hell is wrong with that damn thing?
I don't know.
You're gonna fire that cat. You know, Steve. When we look at this, we've got 76 million kids through K through 12 out here. Stuffed into 124,000 schools that are average age of 42 years old. And, how do you harden a facility that's that damn old? That wasn't, back in the days when they first were built, they didn't expect this stuff. Hell, we never had that growing up. We never one time believed somebody was going to walk into our school and shoot up the place. But schools have become such soft targets that it just blows my mind how it just becomes like nothing to these politicians. And they can get up and it's another campaign slogan, or it's another damn bumper sticker on why they should be elected on protecting our children and doing all this. But yet here they are, we're talking about the same group of people that has a $80 million slush fund just for sexual harassment charges, that the taxpayers pay. They can always find money for something. They got $400 billion probably going to go out to Ukraine, and that's in cash and weaponry, And here it's going to cost us this year alone $380 billion just to house and feed all these damn illegals that across the border. $380 billion. Nancy Pelosi has her little slush fund for her park there that there in San Francisco is going to be $200 million that she's going to get for upgrades on it. We can't never find money to harden these facilities. And to answer Pappy's question about, kids running, kids are not going to run. They're not going to run. It's taught to kids to run, hide, fight, just like it is taught to adults in their psyche is to fight, flight, or compromise. Well, kids don't get it. Number one, they're in a closed area. When somebody walks in, the first thing they do is shoot the teacher. Kids don't know what the hell to do. They're not going to run. They come into a submissive state. That's all they do. That's all they know how to do. They are adolescents and they're in that learning phase. When we used to teach active shooters on the bases, go around to the classrooms and stuff and talk to kids about it. You pretty much got to segment your classes. One class, one part of the class are to secure the door, shove desk up against the door. The other part breaks the windows, starts screaming. There's different things that you can do, but it's not ever going to be taught to these kids because, number one, politicians and people like that, they don't have the stomach to, give up a little bit of their campaign. How is it possible that we can spend, $100 billion on an election, on a presidential election, but we got people out here that's shooting up schools? And how is it possible that an 18-year-old, just turned 18 years old, can waltz into a damn gun store and buy not one, but two AR-15 style weapons and then walk out with 1,000 rounds of ammunition? How is that possible? And if one more person walks up to me and says, or if I'm listening to it and they say, well, that's what happens when you take God out of the school, I'm going to pop that son of a bitch in the mouth. Number one, it ain't got a damn thing to do with God. It doesn't have anything other to do with anything else but our priorities. It's the society that we're cultivating now. When you got DAs and people like that are turning murderers loose because of COVID, Jesus Christ, what the hell is wrong with this country? When you've got every other kind of video game under the sun and that's basically the babysitter of children today, is park their ass in front of a TV with a video game in there, and it doesn't matter what, as long as you're not bothering them. Take a good look at the fatherless homes. Who in the hell is the mentors? Who is there to set kids straight? And then we got a president that's letting all kinds of fentanyl and all kinds of other crap waltz across the damn border, and kids are addicts, by God, in the inner cities before they can read or write. And they think it's a God problem. Hell no, it ain't a God problem. It's a society problem. It's nothing more. It's not even a red or a blue problem. It's a stupidity problem. It's this nature of the beast that we have allowed to cultivate over the years. And when is America going to get sick of this crap? Everybody can say, well, hey, I'm sorry, this happened. But is it not expected anymore that my God, when you take a good look at what's going on in this country anymore, Steve, it's everybody that's got a freaking problem has got a corner to go cry in, a safe space or something like that. Nobody can, analyze this kid and see what you see. He was just a whacked out damn nut. That's all he was. And every kind of red flag, like I say, you could tie a red flag around his damn neck and people walk by. Nobody wants to get involved anymore. And I swear to God, we have spent so much damn money on so many stupid things in this country, so many pet projects that these congressmen and senators can come up with just to get their asses elected, but not a damn one of them is for securement on a school. It really turns your stomach. It really does. We have forgotten the basics of this country, and it is to create a new group of people that can leave this campsite a hell of a lot better than we are. And it's our children. But yet when you got nuts that'll walk into a damn school, just through the door and start shooting up the place, what the hell does that tell people? There is absolutely no reason why every school that we have shouldn't have armed guards in it. If anything, look at some of the schools in Chicago. Why, you don't see places like that getting shot up. It's all these rural places, these soft schools, these soft targets. Hell, they're not going to walk into some thug community and shoot up some school like that because, them goons in there, hell, they're beating up the teachers. It'd be open season on a dumbass that walks in the door with a gun. But it's not going to be in places like Uvalde, Texas, where, they're basically defenseless kids that are getting their asses shot up because, it's not expected in the hometown. Well, it is expected in the hometown today. And if people don't wake up and we don't start spending a lot of our property tax and things like that on taking care of our students and our schools and things like that and hardening these facilities instead of paying for stupid ass parks and little projects like that we spend the rest of our lives, getting jacked up on gas taxes and things like that just to pay for, it's ridiculous. And let's put money where we'll get it in a return, and that's on our future, on the future of our kids. But man, it just turned. I swear, man. I was sitting there yesterday trying to make heads or tails out of this, and I thought, it's not just people that has failed one school. We failed them all. Whenever kids like that are going to school and hell, all they want to do is play. Just learn a little something, get outside and play. They can't even do that anymore. Man, it really does. I would volunteer my time, and you damn right, I'd walk through there. Hell, I've been shot before. And I've been in that situation. I've been in some pretty damn tough situations in my military career and as a police officer. I wouldn't have hesitated to go through that door. You shoot my kid, by God, I'm shooting back. That's just a fact. I don't care right now if somebody shoots at me, I'll shoot back in this truck. That's just the fact of life. And we got too many damn people that's sitting around here blaming guns like that moron, that sack of bones we call a president, that miserable jackass. First damn thing out of his mouth is, well, we got to do something about stand up against these lobbyists and stuff, the gun lobbyists. No, we got to stand up against nuts that is allowed to buy a damn gun, because if you don't let them buy it, it's going to hurt their freaking feelings, or they're not going to be right. Who gives a rat's ass about that goofball? As far as I'm concerned, by God, they don't do enough background investigations on people that's wanting them kind of guns, especially an 18-year-old. I said, no, come back when you're a little more mature and grow up a little bit. I want to, let's see how things happen by then. I don't know. I got a lot of guns in my house, and I had guns before I was 18 years old, but that was a whole different world then. Yeah. My guns were used for feeding the family, and yeah, they were there for protection too, but they sure as hell wasn't there for anything else. I don't know, man. It just, when's this crap going to stop? When's it going to stop? It's not going to stop until we pull the plug or pull the chain and flush all that crap we call our political leaders in Washington. Drain the damn swamp. Put some people in there that actually gives a rat's ass about the people. It just, I don't know. That's just my gripe for the night, I guess. Anyway, appreciate it, man.
Hey, there's the grump. Thank you very much. And yes, the whole debate about, is 18 too young? Should the gun purchase age be 21? I believe it's 21 for handguns to begin with. But for these long rifles and shotguns, 18 years old. And someone brought it up last evening. So you don't want to allow an 18-year-old to purchase a weapon, but you'll send a 17 or 18-year-old to basic training and put them on a plane and drop them off in Afghanistan or Iraq or Iran. That's the debate. All right, with that, let me look here. Some little piece someone posted, gun logic. I guess these are just points to ponder, things people are thinking of. Gun logic. 11 teens die each day because of texting while driving. Maybe it's time to raise the age of a smartphone ownership to the age of 21. Is that part of the logic? Number 2, if gun control laws actually worked, Chicago would be Mayberry, USA. Number 3, the Second Amendment makes more women equal than the entire feminist movement. Number 4, legal gun owners have 300 million guns and probably 1 trillion rounds of ammo. Seriously, folks, if we were the problem, you would know it. Number 5, again, simple gun logic. When JFK was killed, do you recall anyone blaming the rifle? Nope. Let's see. The National Rifle Association murders 0 people and receives nothing in government funds. Now they go on to say Planned Parenthood kills 350,000 babies every year and gets $500 million in tax dollars every year. Number 7, I have no problem with vigorous background checks when it comes to firearms. And while we're at it, let's do the same when it comes to immigration and voter identification and candidates running for office. There is some simple logic there. All right, we return in 2 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Pappy tries to explain. So now I may be speculating a bit, but without giving too much info as far as tactics. The term active shooter needs to be understood. An active shooter is defined as simply that. Active gunfire is heard by responding officers. That means get your ass in there. If no gunfire is heard, it's no longer an active shooter. Officers will then kind of slow down and go into what they call search mode. Now, if gunfire starts again, then return as an active shooter. We are trained to go, move fast to the gunfire. Now, once gunfire again stops, you go back to search mode. Now, if that makes sense, what I'm saying there's a distinct possibility there were no gunshots being heard by the first officers on the scene. Really, it probably took 1 to 2 minutes to wipe out the kids and teachers in that one classroom. Gunfire likely stopped. Then the gunman hunkered down in that room, and maybe it took a bit to find him. I'm, again, speculating, of course. But yeah, you're probably right. When he went in there, it was probably just hard to imagine. But all right, I'm going to jump to Miss Millie here. Hello, Miss Millie, first-time caller.
Hi, Steve. How are you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Well, I'm doing fairly well, and I do the absentee balloting too because I don't feel comfortable going to the voting booth in a wheelchair or a walker. And yes, you do have to sign your outside envelope, and you do have to date it, or it doesn't count. So, yeah, we need voter ID everywhere. But I got a couple things I wanted to talk about. I agree with Grump, and I really appreciated Rambler's explanation last night. He did it a lot better than I could have, and if you would, and he would accept, pass my phone number on to him, and he can leave a message, and I'll return a call because I've got a story I'd really love to share with him. But this was what I wanted to kind of read to you tonight, and then I'll tell you the title of it after I get done reading. Okay, it all began in 1862 during the Civil War when Union Army Captain Robert Ellacombe was with his men near Harrison's Landing in Virginia. The Confederate Army was on the other side of the narrow strip of land. During the night, Captain Ellacombe heard moaning of a soldier who lay mortally wounded on the field. Not knowing if it was a Union or a Confederate soldier, the captain decided to risk his life and bring the stricken man back for medical attention. Crawling on his stomach through the gunfire, the captain reached the stricken soldier and began pulling him toward his encampment. When the captain finally reached his own lines, he discovered it was actually a Confederate soldier, but the soldier was dead. The captain lit a lantern. Suddenly he caught his breath and went numb with shock. In the dim light, he saw the face of the soldier. It was his son. The boy had been studying music in the South when the war broke out. Without telling his father, he enlisted in the Confederate Army. The following morning, heartbroken, the father asked permission of his superiors to give his son a full military burial despite his enemy status. His request was partially granted. The captain had asked if he could have a group of Army band members play a funeral dirge for the son at the funeral. The request was turned down since the soldier was a Confederate. Out of respect for the father, they did say they could give him only one musician. The captain chose a bugler. He asked the bugler to play a series of musical notes he had found on a piece of paper in the pocket of his dead son's uniform. The music was the haunting melody that we now know as taps that is used at all military funerals. In case you're interested, these are the words to taps. Days is done, gone the sun, from the lakes, from the hills, from the sky, all is well, safely rest, God is nigh. That's the story behind taps, Steve. And my dad was in World War II and was wounded. My uncle was shot down in a plane and was killed. My son's in the military, cousins, uncles, all of them. And since it's close to Memorial Day, I thought that would be just something to put out there in case people didn't know that story.
Very appropriate for the, yes, upcoming Memorial Day weekend. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Miss Millie. What else you got for us?
Just prayers for the people in Texas and those families, and kiss your kids of a morning. It doesn't matter if they're little ones, like I'm help raising my little 9-year-old great-granddaughter. You know, it doesn't matter how old they are, how tall they are. Hug your kids and say God bless, and say a little prayer as they go out the door for protection on the buses or the vehicles and in the schools. I do that with my little girl every morning. I did it with my kids when they were in school. And you know what, Steve? I thank God that now my kids are grown. You know, their fathers, their parents, their husbands. And, you know, just God bless the USA, and let's go, Brandon.
Okay. Hey, we've got to get you a first-time caller code, Miss Millie. How about that? We'll get you, I mean, so I don't know who takes care of your vehicles, your kids or something, I assume, but yeah.
Yeah, my cousin has a garage out the road, and he's great at it.
Well, we'll get you a $60 code via text message, and you head over to hotshotsecret.com. If you got a regular automobile, get you some Sticks and Eliminator and some Gasoline Extreme and put that in your vehicle.
I will do that.
Thank you so much for listening in, and I see you chime in on a fairly regular basis. They're on it's either Facebook or YouTube, whichever she tunes in on, but great to hear. Thank you so much, Miss Millie. All right, several people kind of responding, and the question when I was having the conversation there with Chevy Guy about, like I said, I know that sometimes the teacher would shut the door, other times the door would be propped open, but I don't think they ever locked the doors when we were in session. Scooter says, hey, in many places, it's against fire codes to have people locked inside. Most times, all exterior doors must open from the inside so people can evacuate quickly in the event of a fire. As to parking a dummy cruiser outside the school, that likely wouldn't deter, because almost all these school shooters are familiar with the schools. They're familiar with the community. And in this latest case, the shooter's grandmother worked at the school, just like Adam Lanza's mother worked at the school he shot up. I had not seen that the grandmother actually worked at that school. Really? Okay. That the one that he shot in the face before he went to the school. All right, we hit the top of the hour here. It is 844-844-3388. And yeah, Pappy, I think you're right. Can we give the big cookie this morning to Miss Millie? Yes, we can. There you go. Thumbs up on that. Great call. All right, and we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A fraudulent petition signatures report has been referred to Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel on Wednesday. A suspected signature forgery operation is compromising ballot placement for 19 candidates in Michigan, including 4 of 9 Republican gubernatorial hopefuls. A 10th candidate withdrew from the race on Monday. Michigan's Board of State Canvassers, which will accept or deny those signatures, will meet on Thursday. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has proposed restrictions that would block plans for a copper and gold mine in Alaska's Bristol Bay region. It's the latest in a long-running dispute over efforts by developers to advance the mine in a region known for its salmon runs. Critics of the Pebble Mine project called the move an important step. Others called the EPA's proposal, quote, a political maneuver. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
West Virginia has reached a tentative settlement with drug makers in an opioid crisis trial.
West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrissey said Wednesday attorneys for the state of West Virginia and two remaining pharmaceutical manufacturers have reached a tentative $161.5 million settlement, just as closing arguments were set to begin in a 7-week trial over the opioid epidemic. The lawsuit accused Teva Pharmaceuticals and AbbVie Incorporated and its companies of downplaying the risks of addiction associated with opioid use and overstating the benefits. The judge in Charleston, West Virginia, put the trial on hold for the parties to work things out. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Joe Biden said he and First Lady Jill Biden will be traveling to Texas in the coming days after a mass shooting at a school left 19 children and 2 adults dead. Biden says he hopes to bring some comfort to the community. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention data released this week showed that about 1% more babies were born in 2021 than in 2020. The slight bump followed a historic drop of 4% in 2020, the largest decrease in a half a century. The Washington Examiner reported women under 25 saw an overall 2% decrease in births from 2020, which is a record low for that age group. The shortage of baby formula took center stage on Wednesday. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Some states are facing serious shortages of baby formula. A House Energy and Commerce subcommittee held a hearing on Wednesday to investigate the Food and Drug Administration's role in the shortage. Virginia Republican Congressman Morgan Griffith says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
Was the administration aware that an infant formula shortage was developing for over 2 years and failed to take sufficient action to prevent the shortage from getting worse? Or were they caught flat-footed? Or, as I believe, both? No matter the reason, it's not acceptable.
He says he wants to know why the FDA didn't act if they allegedly knew about the shortage 3 months ago.
Literary super agent Mort Janklow, whose clients included Ronald Reagan and Barbara Walters, has died at the age of 91. Janklow was credited for the proliferation of blockbuster books and million-dollar deals in the 1970s and beyond. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you very much for James. Just got your email there. And if you've got something you'd like to share with the audience, I do a lot of research, a lot of digging, show prep as they call it. Big thank you to all those who on any given day send me dozens and dozens of stories, things that they feel might be interesting. This is quite interesting. Yeah. Took U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement 2 weeks to arrest an FBI-flagged suspected terrorist who had been released into the country by the Border Patrol after crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. According to the report earlier this week, the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Terrorist Screening Center flagged Isnardo Garcia Amado, a 35-year-old, as a suspected terrorist on April 21st, just 3 days after he was released into the country by the Border Patrol near Yuma, Arizona. Well, after being released into the country, where do you think he headed? Yeah, a long ways from Yuma. It says ICE was not authorized to arrest the suspected terrorist until May the 4th. Officials ultimately apprehended Garcia Amado on May the 6th in Pinellas County, Florida. Made his way from Yuma to Pinellas County. He was held in Pinellas County Jail, transferred to an ICE facility on May the 9th. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security says that the agency promptly detained the suspected terrorist after receiving additional information. In this instance, he says, after receiving additional law enforcement information, ICE, in coordination with federal and local law enforcement, promptly detained this individual who was already under supervision via a global positioning system monitoring device. Non-citizens encountered in the U.S. without authorization undergo multi-layered screening and vetting. Our immigration enforcement priorities are clear, he says. Homeland Security is focused on those who pose a threat to our national security, public safety, and border security. When we received the additional derogatory information from our law enforcement partners, Homeland Security and our federal partners took swift action to apprehend this individual. Seems to me like that screening and multi-layered background should all be completed before releasing an individual into the country. Would that not make more sense? All right. Again, thank you, James, for sharing. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here. Morning, Heat Wave. What's going on out there?
Good morning, senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. I passed along the Hot Shot Secret Studios, your show, to a fellow co-worker. I forgot to ask his name. But anyways, he's probably about 50 yards ahead of me now. We're both heading down to El Paso, and I told him, just listen for the heat wave. You'll be on there. And he says, well, who's that? I said, me. So anyways, yeah, what the heck? Oh, man, how can I follow Grump and Miss Millie? I mean, that's going to be a hard act to follow right there. I tell you. You know, I had seen the story behind Taps, and I'd seen that on Facebook, and I'm glad she went ahead and read it out loud for a lot of other people that probably don't have Facebook. I mean, yeah, there are people that do not do Facebook, or they've been banned for life. But thank you, Miss Millie. I greatly appreciate it. Grump, you know, I agree with you, brother, but I'm gonna have to disagree and take a a punch in the face from you, as you said. You know, part of the reason that we are so out of control out here is because God is not in a lot of the young people's lives. The tenements of our beginning was a religious founding, you know, and we all know that. Our laws are based upon the Ten Commandments and then some. So we do, I feel, need to bring God back into society. As much as the Democrats have tried to take him out, we need to bring him back in. Did you see the Beto O'Rourke disturb the meeting that Governor Abbott was having?
Yes, and the mayor of Uvalde, he was the most vocal, yelling at him. And what do you say? He said, "You're a sick son of a bitch." The mayor said that you'd come into an event like this and try to make political issues.
Well, I guess Beto took his cue from the president, because, I mean, like I said last night, I was right with him for the first two paragraphs until he started going off on the gun lobbyists. According to Tucker Carlson, the NRA filed for bankruptcy last year. And all they have done is they've made $2.2 million worth of campaign contributions for the whole year of, like, I think it was 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, well, Big Pharma has donated as much as $168 million. You know, it's like, well, where does the NRA stand here? I mean, they're not, with $2.2 million going to candidates, they're not really going to, do a whole lot. But I mean, it's not the gun, people. It's the person behind the gun. And to Grump's point, yes, you are right. The video games these days, I mean, you know, you get to a certain point, hey, I got an extra life. Or if you get shot, you automatically, you
respawn. Respawn. Like I mean, that's been another debate, years and years in the making. Is this numbing down the minds? Can kids? I mean, surely. As a youngster, I recall. I know that before you reach the age of 18, we'd go into the theater, we'd sneak into that R-rated movie because we were supposedly too young to wrap our minds around. Do you know the difference between reality versus science fiction, or reality versus and do these games numb down? Because in the real world, when you're dead, you're dead, and when you've killed someone, they don't get to respawn, they don't get to come back.
It does.
Yeah.
Right. I think it does. I mean, they just lose reality. I mean, my dad would get all over my case for me watching Saturday morning cartoons. He says, now, that's not real.
Yeah.
I'm like, yes, Dad. Yeah. They got the black outlines on there to, distinguish their features. I'm like, yes, I realize it. It's just fun to watch. It didn't make me a bad person. But, in my time in high school, with being a member of FFA and having the ag class, we would have drives, magazine drives, fruit sales drives, and the prizes, if we sold X amount, we would get, they would actually bring the prizes to the school. They were knives, throwing knives, carving knives, hunting knives. They were guns, 22, 30-30s. They were shotguns. 410, 12 gauge. I mean, they actually brought that onto the school grounds.
Yeah.
And no one ever thought about shooting up a school. So, it's not the guns, people. It is the person pulling the trigger. And we have a lot of sick people out there that need help. But the ACLU has made it to where you cannot do anything to a homeless person that has issues or someone that just has issues, period, because it is, quote, their right to be who they are, unquote. Well, that's all fine and dandy. But when we had mental institutions and state hospitals, at least there was a bed for them, and there was counseling, and there was a way to get them back to being a productive part of society. And, the ACLU, I think, has served a good purpose, but their purpose is now, they don't have a purpose because they represent every damn buddy out there except for us. They'll represent the illegal aliens. They'll represent someone, out of the country from somewhere else to say, well, they've got rights here in this country.
Yeah.
Not if you're, I'm sorry, I don't believe that. So when Biden comes down, Joe and Jill, well, it's a good thing he's not Jack, Jack and Jill. When he goes to Uvalde and tries to console these people, will he also make a trip to Eagle Pass, Texas? Will he go down to the border and see for himself the strife that he is causing by not protecting our borders and building up a wall?
Yeah, he's only going to be 70.
Texas,
he's going to be 75 miles
Yeah.
away from the border, right? He's going right there.
Just take that big monstrous motorcade and go meet with the mayors of the border towns down there, Eagle Pass. Talk to them. Let that Democrat mayor tell him what exactly they need, what they're lacking, and what they want. Close the damn border. Don't just say the border is closed, don't come. Wink, wink, wink. No. You put up a physical barrier. And, it seems to work around the White House in D.C. when they put up a fence.
Anytime there's a threat, how quick did they erect fencing and barricades around the Supreme Court? I mean, literally in a matter of hours after the leak of that Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, and that's another damn thing. It's not the Supreme Court saying abortions are going to be illegal. All it is saying, and I know I'm preaching to the choir because liberals don't listen.
It goes back to the
show.
states. Yes, sir.
Exactly. It goes back to the states. So it's going to be a state decision via, the government or as a referendum on a ballot. Good night, people. NASA considers life to be what? A microbe on another planet. You know that? Oh, there's life on Mars. We got microbes out here. Sorry, I'm in a Swedish POS that Big Moose really has an affinity for. But if Joe could be as passionate about these 7, 8, and 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, which he should be, not politicizing it. Why can't he, as a supposed Catholic, choose the rights of an unborn child? And that's an argument. And they talk about reproductive health. Well, hell, it ain't reproductive health if you're killing the baby that's inside of you. And if it is about a woman's right, what about the female fetus forming inside the woman? I mean, if you go by liberal logic, you know, in their way of thinking, shouldn't that female be protected? The growing fetus, female fetus? I don't know. What do you think? I think it should. But then again, I think all babies, no matter from conception till they're born, need to have a chance to live. I am adopted. I was born in 1966, December 1st. I was in the hospital for 9 days until my adoptive parents came by and picked me up. Now, back then, you could get an abortion done. You just had to go around a seedy corner in some seedy alley. You know, either do it yourself or have someone else do it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know who my parents are, but I mean, I'm thankful to my mother who was there and said, you know what, I'm keeping the child. I will give him up for adoption. And my mom and my dad have raised me to the best of their abilities to be someone that is a productive member of society.
Yeah. And if you could believe it, Heat Wave, I mean, it's unimaginable that the mindset of some of our youth today in these abortion, in these protests that were taking place shortly after that leak from the Supreme Court, there were actually young girls holding signs saying, "I wish my mother had aborted me."
Oh, good Lord.
Can you imagine that?
No, I can't.
See what I mean? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And yes, literally holding this. I wish my mother had aborted me.
Well, maybe we ought to call it abortion when we have criminals, murderers, child rapists, pedophiles, women rapists, whoever that is charged with those heinous crimes. Let's put them down and say, well, it was a late-term abortion. You know? Let's call that abortion instead of an execution. Good night. Steve, I'm speechless. You got me.
Yep. That's what I thought when I saw I thought, is this like some Photoshop or something? But no, it was a legit holding the poster.
My goodness. Well, I know I've been up and all over the place with my ideas here, but yeah, that Joe needs to take a trip and not politicize that Uvalde incident, the massacre of innocents. He really needs to go down to the border and see what his lack of policies and his dereliction of duty to protect our southern border is causing the rest of us out here. So, and it's amazing. Texas says the hell with it. We're building the wall on our own.
Yeah.
It's like, well, good. I hope you get the money for it too. And I don't know about Arizona, but I know here in New Mexico with our liberal governor, she ain't gonna do nothing like that. So I'm really hoping that we have our early voting right now, and our primaries are on June 7th. And I hope we get somebody that we can say, yes, we stand behind, and get whoever it is on the Republican side in office, because it seems like every last one of them says, yes, we will send down the National Guard, and we will protect our borders. And I certainly hope we can do that. But anyways, like I said, I've been bouncing all over the place, Steve. I'm going to let you go, Senor. You have yourself a good night, and if you get in that loneliest hour, I'll see if I can get my friend, Right Wingnut, to say a few words if you don't mind.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much there. Heatwave, have a good morning. All right, a couple minutes before news break, and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let's just quickly jump to the rest of the story. Yeah, Beto O'Rourke. I mean, he's going to try again to become governor. Took the opportunity to inject himself, uninvited, into the press conference with the governor this past day, talking the facts about the elementary school shooting there. It appears he waits until the governor's remarks are complete before he stands in front of the stage to interrupt the lieutenant governor's presentation. And that's Dan Patrick, the lieutenant governor. Patrick attempts to shut down Beto by saying, "Excuse me, you're out of line. You're an embarrassment." But Beto continued to talk over the lieutenant governor, hollering out, "You're doing nothing." The Uvalde mayor, Dan McCaughlin, the most vocal in the room, trying to shut down the interruption. Texas Senator Ted Cruz can also be heard saying, trying to shut him up. He needs to get his ass out of here, said the mayor regarding Beto. "Sir, you're out of line. You're out of line. Please leave this auditorium." "I can't believe you're a sick son of a bitch," the mayor says, "that would come to an event like this to make political issues." Law enforcement ultimately surrounded O'Rourke, attempted to move him out of the arena. He stopped again and tried to address the governor. "It's on you," he says. "It's on a-holes like you. Why don't you get out of here?" says the mayor. Police finally escorted him out of the room, where he then held a brief impromptu press conference. Here's a two-time loser. The twice-failed statewide candidate has received again the Democrat Party of Texas nomination to face off against Governor Abbott this November. Of course, he has a long history of contradicting positions when it comes to the Second Amendment and gun control. As I mentioned earlier, this is the hell yes, we're going to take your guns. We're going to take your ARs. We're going to take your AKs. That's our Beto O'Rourke. And right there, okay, plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. We'll get a news break and more to come. We hit the halfway mark here on a Thursday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Democrat Beto O'Rourke, who's running to become the next governor of Texas, crashed a press conference on Wednesday and slammed his opponent, Republican Governor Greg Abbott. O'Rourke said the governor is, quote, doing nothing. Uvalde's Mayor Don McLaughlin told O'Rourke he was out of line and asked him to leave. Abbott said the shooter killed 19 children and 2 teachers before being fatally shot. In addition, he shot his grandmother and posted 3 disturbing messages on Facebook before carrying out the attack. Some relief is on the horizon for parents scrambling to find formula to feed their babies. Abbott Nutrition in Sturgis, Michigan, said it will restart production on June 4th. Contamination concerns closed the plant earlier this year. The company has denied that its formula is linked to any illnesses. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to your calls coming up here. Let me jump over a couple of industry headlines first. There are some other things going on. Maryland, for example, going to expand the requirement to move over for vehicles on the roadside. It's the move over law, which we should all be familiar with. Current statute requires drivers to change lanes further away from emergency vehicles, tow trucks, and service vehicles parked next to the road. It's a $500 fine, I'll have you know. Yeah, that was initially approved back in 2010. They've made some modifications since then. The governor has now signed into law a bill to again expand the move-over law, the move-over rule, to protect all roadway users. Specifically, the new rule requires drivers to move over or slow down while approaching any vehicle, a disabled vehicle, an automobile that has their flashing road hazard lights on, road flares, or other caution signals. This passed the Senate with unanimous consent. House lawmakers followed suit on a 111-20 vote, so bipartisan support. We all know how dangerous it can be on the side of the road with our flashers on. Culturally, it's important that we start to advise our fellow constituents, fellow Marylanders, that the appropriate response is to move over, make space, make sure people feel safe along the side of the road when they're under difficult circumstances. AAA Mid-Atlantic supporting the expansion of the rule. Being on the side of the road is dangerous for everyone. And we've seen that even those who the law is already intended to protect are not exempt from the perils on the road. Do they actually enforce these move-over laws? That's a question that I've wondered myself. Well, they do point out in Maryland, 1,847 citations were issued throughout the state for move-over violations in fiscal year 21, according to the fiscal policy that was attached to the bill. I guess that would be some revenue generation at $500 a pop, right? But if you cannot move over, in most cases you've got to slow down. I believe it's 15, 20 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. Slow down. All right, car enthusiasts all over the country gathered last weekend, Texarkana, Texas, for the start of the annual Bandit Run, which I guess is ongoing. The week-long event traveling the same route that was made famous by Bo Bandit Darville and Cletus the Snowman Snow in the 1977 classic Smokey and the Bandit. It doesn't take a black and gold Trans Am to get in on the fun. The yearly trip's open to all participants, according to the Facebook page, to get classic cars out of the garage and out on the road. In an effort to get more people and cars involved and to see more of the country, they changed the route for the Bandit Run each year. But every 5th year anniversary of the movie, they make the journey from Texarkana to Atlanta, Georgia, reenacting the film's famous beer run route. And this year is one of those years as they celebrate the 45th anniversary of Smokey and the Bandit. As part of the 45th anniversary, Turner Classic Movies is bringing the film back to the big screen for 3 days. That'll be coming up here May the 29th. And June 1 and 2, theaters across the country will be showing the movie. The anniversary showing will include some exclusive insights from Turner Classic Movies. Also, funds raised by the Bandit Run benefit the 4 States Auto Museum. One of the board members with the museum said the popularity of Smokey and the Bandit has undoubtedly had an impact on classic car aficionados. I always tell people there's more Trans Ams on the road now than ever left the factory. Everybody who has one now is painting it black because of that movie. Starting in 2007, the annual event has grown from about 30 Trans Ams to now over 150 muscle cars that join in on the ride, according to the co-founders, and the Texarkana had welcomed them in with open arms. There you go. The Bandit Run. Guess they're making their way toward Atlanta as we speak, right? And it is 844-844-3388. That's our number this Thursday morning. Grump's got a follow-up comment. Yes, sir.
Yes, I do. First of all, Heatwave said something about he hoped Joe Biden didn't politicize this event. He will. You know, I mean, they take a book or a page right out of the, Never Let a Crisis Go to Waste.
Yeah.
That's them. They're going to publicize it. They're going to politicize it. They're going to do everything that they possibly can to try to sway a vote their way. That's just the way they are. Look, I said that, you know, it has nothing to do with God in schools, and everybody gets their hair up and on fire about it. I don't think it does. All right, who's to say God, is not in the hearts of those kids? But he sure as hell wasn't in the heart of that
evil
creature that walked in there and killed those kids. And that's what I'm talking about. And people gets their hair up and on fire every damn time you mention the fact that there's no more religion in school. Who wants it in there? You know, that's what your church is for. You know, let's have a place in school where you can learn about everything. And if you want to learn about religion, then fine. You know, solicit to have a religious class taught or something. But number one, the liberals has taken away the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts, everybody under the sun that used to have a mentor program, that used to teach civility, that used to teach a little bit of moral values to people. They're gone. All right, so don't catch your hair on fire when I say something to them like that. Because number one, I what I believed when I was going to school, it didn't matter to me whether, somebody said there's no religion in school or whatever. You know, you had a church down the street. You know, where is it personal responsibility when people when they look for something different in their life? You know, at what age was you, Steve, when you knew that, things were wrong in your life? You know, that you wasn't going to follow in a certain footsteps or something like that because it was wrong in your life. You know, people make conscious decisions to do whatever in the hell they do. And it's just, I mean, we can blame it on mental illness, or we can just blame it on plain down being evil. You know, I've seen both sides of it. So, to believe that God is not in school is nuts. You know, what kids have in their heart is what they have in their heart. If they believe, they believe. You know, just because teachers or whoever says they can't say a prayer once in a while, or something like that, it just blows my mind that everybody just goes, just goes nuts. You know, number one, civility is not being taught anymore. You know, moral issues are not being taught. You just said it yourself. Some girl said, I wish I was aborted. Well, hell, I wish she was too.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have that pain in the ass holding a sign up saying, I wish I was aborted. You know, I mean, is that what her life is worth right there? Is that what we're teaching people? No, it's not us that's teaching them. You know, my kid is 29 years old, and today he has never smarted off to me. Number one, he was raised in a religious school. Number two, Dad would have busted his ass if he would have. And he's 29 years old today, and if he wants to keep a full set of teeth, he ain't going to do it today. You know, I didn't do it with my family, my father, because that was the way I was taught. It's not being taught anymore. And that's what you see. These idiots are replacing civility with this I don't know, this wild west look in their eye, and what do they think? They're going to be famous? No, you're going to be dead. 9 times out of 10, these people wind up dead, and that's a good thing. I mean, I don't know why they got to walk into school and shoot something up, or shoot a bunch of kids up. It just makes absolutely no damn sense to me whatsoever that these things happen.
Yep.
And it's society's problem. It's society that is saying, hey, it's all right if you don't have any kind of moral issues in your life. Or any kind of moral guidance. You got just be your own little wild ass self, and we'll learn to accept it. I don't accept that. Some kid walked up to me today, and it happened not too long ago. Some little smart ass, blah, 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 blah. I said, dude, I'll bust you right in your mouth. I don't give a damn what your parent says. I mean, you don't talk to me like that. I mean, that's just the way it is. But people are not showing any kind of care whatsoever about the kids. They just turn the other cheek and say, wow, did you hear that? Yeah. You know what else I'd have heard? Him going down. Don't hit me again. I mean, my God, it's you don't talk to people the way they do. But it's something that's forgotten in our society today, and it's something we have to get back. It's not about God. And I've seen another post in there, well, you should start today with a Pledge of Allegiance. If that's what schools want to do, let's do it. I mean, I don't need anybody I served 20 years in the damn military. I don't need anybody telling me I was patriotic, or anything else. I mean, this is my country, and I want it to be the best country in the world, and I think it is. But it can't be if we don't have a collective effort to stop crap like what's going on in these schools, and it starts, I hate to say it, but it starts at the family unit, and that's something that we don't see a lot of anymore. But that's just my gripe. I've seen a lot of a lot of posts. People was talking about it and saying, hey, you need to, knock that off, and stuff about not saying, God's in school. Well, you can believe whatever you want to believe. I mean, there's churches on every corner. Walk inside one time and just, say a prayer for whoever. I mean, I do. My God, people, it's you don't have to go to school to learn how to be a good person. You don't have to have religion in every classroom to learn how to be a good person. It's there. It needs to be taught at home first. You need to have a strong family unit that's going to set you on the right path. And it takes, your father, your mother, your brother, sister, everybody. And that's something we don't see anymore. We just do not see it. And I'm sick of it, man. I really am. But anyway, I just wanted to follow up on that, Steve. Appreciate you.
Very good. Yeah, and apparently this kid's home was no sanctuary. Apparently the mother was like a drug addict. The grandmother had kicked the mom out of the home. I'll see if I can find more on that if you're interested. But I'll tell you what, we'll get a quick time out here, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As we touched on last evening, right out of the box, it took about a nanosecond for the liberals to immediately go after the gun lobby, including the President of the United States. But few reactions reach quite the level of none other than AOC. I shared her comments last evening. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the dipsy, empty-headed Democrat socialist. She takes to Twitter immediately after this news breaks to attack conservatives for, quote, supporting laws that let children be shot in their schools, elders in grocery stores, worshipers in houses of faith, survivors by abusers, or anyone in a crowded place. Now, that statement is ridiculous on its face. There is no law that let children be shot, any more than there's a law that allow pedestrians to be run over by drunk drivers. There's no such thing. Yeah, the right of the people to keep and bear arms is guaranteed by the Constitution. That is not a license for any individual to use a gun to take innocent lives, just as a driver's license does not give you permission to mow down children being dismissed from school. Candace Owens, as she is typically known of doing, comes right back at AOC in her signature style, challenging her. Name the law you're referring to. You won't name it because it does not exist. You are a shameless, bought and paid for politician standing on the bodies of dead children to score political points. And bringing abortion into the mix only adds to the insanity of your argument. Considering that more than 60 million abortions have been performed in this country since the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court decision that legalized the procedure. The National Review's Dan McLaughlin put it like this. He says, mouth breather AOC, what about herself into saying the intentional death of 63 million children is just a statistic? The Ocasio-Cortez tweet, like many of her posts on social media, clearly shows that she is far more impulsive than she is intelligent. She might do well to pause and reflect before hitting the send button. Think about what you're actually saying. But she is well known. Dumbass of the Week nominee, Dumbass of the Millennium, AOC. Empty suit, empty brain. All right, who we got here? Gilligan on board. What's going on, Gilligan?
Oh, not much. Boy, I tell you what, that deal was Grump and Heat Wave. I'm probably going to ruffle some feathers here.
Oh, no.
But, I never ruffle any feathers on this show. No. I got to agree somewhat with Grump. I understand the point of the prayer in schools and all that. Yes, we still have freedom of religion. But this idea of the teacher leading the class with a prayer, I can see where that's considered part of an establishment religion. Because not everybody's God-fearing. A Muslim would not agree with a Christian or Catholic or Jewish or whatever. You know.
I mean, when I was a kid, we started our class each day. We would stand and face the flag for the national anthem, and we'd put our hand over our heart and we'd recite the Pledge of Allegiance. We never had any prayers, and I was in public school up to my final year in high school. So.
Yeah, I agree with that. Pledge of Allegiance. But I don't agree with like a leading prayer.
Yeah.
Now, I know they've taken prayer out of like a valedictorian, salutatorian, whether they can't say a prayer. That's crossing a line there to me, because to me that would be freedom of speech. You know, you can participate or not, because that's not the school doing that.
Right.
If that makes sense. It's not. I believe that whole deal with the video games, absolutely, that has played a part in this. We've been talking about that since that, what was it? That Grand Theft Auto come out in what, early 90s or something like that? These kids have been of life here. I mean, that's scary. I've known kids that was actually so much into video games they actually thought it was real. It was real life. You know, that plays a part in it. Like I said last night, there is so many factors that went into this. You know, whoever brought up the demon possession, I've said for some time, I think these people, these kids especially, that does these things, maybe even possessed by demons. That's my personal opinion. That's not saying anything to do with this show. That's my personal opinion. But, you know, think about this. When I was in school, my 7th grade year, we had a gun safety class. And we brought up about bringing guns to school. Yeah, we literally had a West Virginia game board. We went to my school. My 7th grade class would give a gun safety class. He brought guns in, and he brought a shotgun in and showed the different shotgun shells. Now, I can remember it well. He had a 12-gauge shotgun and showed how you put the wrong shotgun shell in like a 4-10. A 16-gauge in. It would only go part of the way down, and you could put a 12-gauge in behind it, and the gun would float up on it. Because the barrels float up. You know, and there'd be kids at school, in high school especially, with their gun racks in the back of their vehicles, you know. They'd be going hunting after school. We never had this stuff going on.
Yep.
It's the mindset that has changed. The mindset. You know, that's all it is. Did you get that link I sent you about Switzerland?
Yes, I did. Yeah, what an incredible gun ownership, but I guess they don't have the gun crimes for whatever reason.
The mass shooting in Switzerland was over 20 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, in Switzerland, every home is required to have a fully automatic weapon. Not an AR-15. An AR-15 is not a fully automatic weapon. You know, but reason being, Switzerland does not really have a standing army. Their own citizenry is their standing army. Switzerland has remained neutral for like 200 years, but they have never been attacked because of what the attackers would be up against. You know, Admiral Yamamoto said that after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, that the attack on the U.S. mainland would be futile because there's a gun behind every blade of grass. You know, that is a real factor in why the United States has never truly been attacked in mass since the War of 1812.
Sure.
I mean,
sure.
we've had the Germans land a few spies during World War II and such. But, you know, unfortunately, September 11th, when the coward terrorist attacks us. But,
yeah. I don't think there were a whole lot of Ukrainians that were armed when Russia's invasion began. You recall in Kyiv when they were I don't know, they went into the army. They were handing out, weapons to the civilians so they could participate in the fight to repel the Russians. Yeah. Overwhelming majority of the people in this country aren't going to need the government to hand them a weapon to join the fight. They're already ready. And there we've got to get our news update. Top of the hours. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A fraudulent petition signatures report has been referred to Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel on Wednesday. A suspected signature forgery operation is compromising ballot placement for 19 candidates in Michigan, including 4 of 9 Republican gubernatorial hopefuls. A 10th candidate withdrew from the race on Monday. Michigan's Board of State Canvassers, which will accept or deny those signatures, will meet on Thursday. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has proposed restrictions that would block plans for a copper and gold mine in Alaska's Bristol Bay region. It's the latest in a long-running dispute over efforts by developers to advance the mine in a region known for its salmon runs. Critics of the Pebble Mine project called the move an important step. Others called the EPA's proposal, quote, a political maneuver. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
West Virginia has reached a tentative settlement with drug makers in an opioid crisis trial.
West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrisey said Wednesday attorneys for the state of West Virginia and two remaining pharmaceutical manufacturers have reached a tentative $161.5 million settlement, just as closing arguments were set to begin in a 7-week trial over the opioid epidemic. The lawsuit accused Teva Pharmaceuticals and AbbVie Incorporated and its companies of downplaying the risks of addiction associated with opioid use and overstating the benefits. The judge in Charleston, West Virginia, put the trial on hold for the parties to work things out. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Joe Biden said he and First Lady Jill Biden will be traveling to Texas in the coming days after a mass shooting at a school left 19 children and 2 adults dead. Biden says he hopes to bring some comfort to the community. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention data released this week showed that about 1% more babies were born in 2021 than in 2020. The slight bump followed a historic drop of 4% in 2020, the largest decrease in a half a century. The Washington Examiner reported women under 25 saw an overall 2% decrease in births from 2020, which is a record low for that age group. The shortage of baby formula took center stage on Wednesday. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Some states are facing serious shortages of baby formula. A House Energy and Commerce subcommittee held a hearing on Wednesday to investigate the Food and Drug Administration's role in the shortage. Virginia Republican Congressman Morgan Griffith says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
Was the administration aware that an infant formula shortage was developing for over 2 years and failed to take sufficient action to prevent the shortage from getting worse? Or were they caught flat-footed? Or, as I believe, both? No matter the reason, it's not acceptable.
He says he wants to know why the FDA didn't act if they allegedly knew about the shortage 3 months ago.
Literary super agent Mort Janklow, whose clients included Ronald Reagan and Barbara Walters, has died at the age of 91. Janklow was credited for the proliferation of blockbuster books and million-dollar deals in the 1970s and beyond. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There we go. Welcome in on a Thursday morning. Look toward the Memorial Day weekend. Good to have you with us. And it's 844-844-3388. Gilligan was talking about Switzerland and sent me a link to. Yeah, he's right about Switzerland. They haven't had like a mass shooting since I think 2001, when someone burst into Parliament. I believe killed 14 people. But gun ownership. In the year 2000, more than 25% of Swiss gun owners said they kept their weapon for military or police duty, while less than 5% of Americans said the same. Swiss government estimates about half the privately owned guns in the country are former service rifles. Seems, let's see, Swiss authorities decide on a local level whether to give people gun permits. They keep a log of everyone who owns a gun in their region, although hunting rifles and some semi-automatic long arms are exempt from the permit requirement. Police do not take their duty of doling out gun licenses lightly. They might consult a psychiatrist or talk with authorities in other cantons where a prospective gun buyer has lived before to vet that person, look into their... Anyone who's been convicted of a crime or has an alcohol or drug addiction are not allowed to buy guns in Switzerland. The law also states anyone who expresses a violent or dangerous attitude won't be permitted to own a gun. Gun owners who want to carry their weapon for defensive purposes also have to prove they can properly load, unload, and shoot their weapon and have to pass a test to get a license. Interesting. The Swiss have been consistently near the top of the list on the World Happiness Report. Huh. Okay, meanwhile, according to happiness has taken a dive over the past decade in this country. Declining social support, increased corruption, addiction, depression in the United States. Now, Switzerland still has one of the highest rates of gun violence in Europe, and most of the gun deaths in the country are actually suicides. After hundreds of years of letting locals determine gun rules, Switzerland passed its first federal regulations in 1999. Since then, more provisions have been added to keep the country on par with European Union gun laws, and gun deaths, including suicides, have continued to drop. As of 2015, the Swiss estimated only about 11% of citizens kept their military-issued gun at home. Concealed carry permits are tough to get, and most people who are not security workers or police don't get one. We have guns at home, but they're kept for peaceful purposes. There's no point taking the gun out of your home because it's illegal to carry a gun in the streets of Switzerland. That's mostly true. Hunters and sport shooters are allowed to transport their guns only from their home to the firing range. They can't just stop off for coffee with their rifle. I don't know. Some say we need to take a lesson from Switzerland about gun laws here. Now, let's get back to the phones here at 844-844-3388. All right, there's a follow-up. Heat wave, take two.
Thank you very much, Senor. Yeah, well, Grandpa, I'm not talking about having a religious class. I guess what I was trying to get was morality back into schools because of God. Yeah, you can get it at the local church, but you also need to have a strong family structure. I mean, probably the only time that you need to mention God in school would be the Pledge of Allegiance, and we need to bring it back for full contact sports like football. Because, I mean, you really don't want anyone getting hurt. And it didn't seem to offend anybody in Texas, at least at my high school when we had it. So, maybe not have a prayer per se in school, but the children can have said prayers if they want to, maybe a moment of silence. But morality needs to be brought back. And so I can agree with that. And like I said earlier, a strong family structure. Like I was mentioning, I was adopted at 9 days old by a couple that wanted to have children but just could not quite get it done, even with all the practice they've had, prior to me being there. But mothers instill, a certain amount of dignity and for the children to follow. and the fathers need to be there for their offspring. And my understanding is that this disturbed young man did not have either mother nor father there to help guide him through the growing up. And it was his grandmother, which I'm pretty sure he obviously had it in for her. Because who is going to shoot their grandmother in the face or shoot them? Period. And with the advent of Father's Day coming around, I've got this one thing to say. Any man can father a child, but it takes a man to be a dad. And I believe that wholeheartedly. So, anyways, well, I guess that's the end of my stuff for tonight. So, Senor, I'll let you go. Thank you again for letting me back on.
And as always, good to have you with us. Heatwave, have a good morning. All right. What else in the mix? All right, well, we're talking about law enforcement. I should have asked Pappy about this. This past day, while the focus was on other things, obviously, the president issued an executive order on police reform. Quote, to advance effective, accountable policing and criminal justice practices that will build public trust and strengthen public safety. What's that supposed to mean? According to the White House press release, the executive order directs the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, to create a new National Law Enforcement Accountability Database. All federal law enforcement agencies are required to participate in the database that will include records of officer misconduct, including convictions, terminations, decertifications, civil judgments, resignations, and retirements while under investigation for serious misconduct, and sustain complaints or records of disciplinary actions for serious misconduct, as well as commendations and awards. Biden's order also mandates all federal law enforcement agencies adopt body-worn camera policies. The policies must be made public and must include the activation of cameras during activities like arrests and searches. Federal agencies are also required to expeditiously release body camera footage after incidents that involve serious bodily injury or death. Additionally, the order bans the use of chokeholds unless deadly force is authorized and implements yearly anti-bias training. The executive order requires development of an evidence-informed training module for law enforcement on implicit bias and avoiding improper profiling based on the actual or perceived race, ethnicity, national origin, limited English proficiency, religion, sex, including sexual orientation or gender identity, or disability of individuals. The order also restricts the transfer of military equipment to law enforcement agencies and requires new standards limiting officers' use of force, as well as new standards for mandatory de-escalation, hiring and promotions, and accreditation. Biden claims that the order serves to address the profound fear, the trauma, the exhaustion that particularly Black Americans have experienced for generations. Now, executive orders apply to only federal agencies, correct? Federal law enforcement. I don't think you can pass an executive order that goes down to the local level. So this is any federal agencies that are a part of law enforcement. Well, with that, let's get back at it here. It is 844-844-3388. A quick 2-minute timeout, and we return on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I saw that. Matt said, yeah, that's for federal officers, not for state or local. Yeah. That's the point I was making. Executive orders can affect federal agencies. Okay. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance sharing results from a new 3-day program designed to combat human trafficking. Somebody messaged, because the topic of slavery had come up a couple nights ago, and Gilligan, Big Moose, into that discussion, and I think it was one of our females who chimed in. Yes, there is still slavery in this country, and it's in the form of human trafficking. Yes, there are people bought and sold, for sex and whatnot that still exist in this country. The Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative took place January 11th through the 13th here in the U.S. The purpose to educate commercial vehicle drivers and carriers, law enforcement officers, and the general public about human trafficking. CVSA shared the following results from the 3-day program, the 72-hour program. 35 jurisdictions participated. More than 2,400 individual law enforcement officers, troopers, inspectors participated. There were 163 reported events, possible indicators of human trafficking or documented cases. More than 13,000 wallet cards distributed, 6,300 and some window decals distributed, more than 1,800 presentations delivered, 640 media contacts. So really trying to get the word. That was a big 3-day educational campaign. The fight to end human trafficking does not end now that the Trafficking Awareness Initiative has concluded. John Browers with the South Dakota Highway Patrol says, we remain fully committed to educating the public every day of the year about the crime of human trafficking, the signs to look for, what to do if you suspect someone is being trafficked. Our ultimate goal is to eradicate human trafficking. So this was the first year for the Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative. They already have next year's initiative slated for January. Here in the U.S., January the 9th through the 13th, 2023. All right, back with the Chevy guy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you brought me back in because what you said, you had, single-digit girls holding up signs on the pro-abortion side.
I wish my mom aborted me, you know.
Oh, Lord. How about Human Services or Family Services getting a hold of them girls' parents, having them put up a sign saying, I wish you were dead. I want to talk about mental abuse. And mind you, look at all these women showing up at the court, screaming and hollering and acting a fool and going to these houses. Where were these women when transgender boys were cheating these young girls, athletes, swimmers, and all these, robbing them of their college scholarships and their awards? They're robbing women, young women, of their opportunities to advance in this society. It's amazing. The feminists are all over the place. I kid you not. You go to the VA, they've got signs up in Charlie Norwood's in Augusta, Georgia, or the one that I go to. It's a little clinic in Aiken, South Carolina. There's a sign up that says, do not stare at women, or make room for our young veterans, which we are. We're getting a lot of veterans. They're in their 20s and 30-year-old young lady veterans, because of the 20 years of war. But we're getting them in there. There's a sign up there that says, do not stare at them, do not speak to them, do not compliment them. Basically ignore women. And what they're doing, it's interesting, is what we were taught when we were young is to be gentlemen. You treat a woman, you try, you don't gawk at them. You don't. That's just something that was raised at. I learned that in church, and I also learned that in school. You showed respect to people. But I did get a kick. I have the reel on my Facebook, and I love to watch them little reels. And they come on there, and these feminist chicks were in there, college, school chicks, and they were complaining about men and how they, men, and they were saying men don't open up the doors for you anymore. Men expect you to hold a job or pay for half of their, go out to dinner. You got to pay for your share. Men do all it. And the male commentator, I think there were about 5 women, and this one male commentator goes, and they were saying, these girls were saying, they don't act like our grandfathers treat our grandmothers, or our dads treat our mothers. And the commentator just looked at them and said, well, how many of you are virgins? And it just got real quiet. Yeah. And then you could just hear one of them start, and he goes, well, think about it. Your fathers and your grandfathers had something special. They had something, they felt special. They felt like they had something really special in their life, and a relationship that they were trained to take care of. But now women are out and competing with everything. So you wanted to be one of the boys, and now you're getting treated like one of the boys, and you're not happy about it. That was the end of the reel. So I'm just prayers for those young girls, because raise a child up, and raise a child up in the way they should go, and they shall not depart. So
That's
I'm
the way
scared about
it's
these
supposed to
little
work.
girls and
Yep.
yes, that's just terrible. Holding up a sign like that, basically saying, "I wish I were dead." That just cut to my heart. So, other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail for the rest of the morning. And sorry if I cut into anybody else's time out about it. But
All right.
that got
10-4. Have a good morning. We got to get a news break here. We got plenty of room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Democrat Beto O'Rourke, who's running to become the next governor of Texas, crashed a press conference on Wednesday and slammed his opponent, Republican Governor Greg Abbott. O'Rourke said the governor is, quote, doing nothing. Uvalde's Mayor Don McLaughlin told O'Rourke he was out of line and asked him to leave. Abbott said the shooter killed 19 children and 2 teachers before being fatally shot. In addition, he shot his grandmother and posted 3 disturbing messages on Facebook before carrying out the attack. Some relief is on the horizon for parents scrambling to find formula to feed their babies. Abbott Nutrition in Sturgis, Michigan said it will restart production on June 4th. Contamination concerns closed the plant earlier this year. The company has denied that its formula is linked to any illnesses. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got a couple of follow-up emails. Shared the story about the executive order about policing yesterday. Scooter said Sleepy Joe's executive order is nothing but a bone for the progressive loons in his party. Because as you accurately stated, it will apply to federal. Well, that was from Scooter. Now another says, referencing Biden's new executive order on federal training, LOL. What they can do from there is force state and local agencies to comply if they ask or get any federal grant money. Okay. So in a roundabout way, they'll try to find a way to get it. Okay. That does make sense. Hey, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the Rambler this morning.
Well, thank you for taking my call, Steve, and praise God, everyone. And Miss Millie, you're more than welcome to try and contact me. Just reach out to me at find my Facebook page, Perry Diana McDaniel, or find us over at Determined Ministries Church. I'll be glad to get with you, Miss Millie. That was a wonderful phone call. Steve, remember the name Madeline Murray O'Hare?
Of course.
That name ring
yes,
a bell
of course.
to you?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. America's most hated woman. You know, she waged war on the church. She was the one that got prayer taken out of school, Steve. And, of course, you know, she ended up meeting her demise by a former colleague, murdered her and her son and her granddaughter, buried them out there in the field in Texas. And I think that man's done been executed by the state of Texas. If not, I know he's on death row to be executed. But prayer in schools. Steve, we need prayer in schools. And I know there's a church on every corner, right? But you got a Baptist church, you got a Methodist church, you got a Catholic church, you got a Foursquare, you got Assemblies of God. So which one do you really pick? And let's take someone, for example, that has blue hair, pink hair, the modern teenager or the modern child today, or the modern young man or woman. You know, a lot of them don't feel comfortable walking into a church because not only has prayer been taken out of the school, but the church has shot themselves in their own foot because the church would snub their nose up to them. You know, a lot of the problem with the church is the church itself. You have a lot of people who claim to be godly and churchy. They're not godly and churchy. They're earthy. And they don't want to sit there and realize the problem. It's a lack of God. You know, they make it all about themselves. So when someone comes in, walks through God's house, a lot of times they'll get shunned. Now, I know a lot of people are listening to me right now. Well, my church don't do that. And praise God, I'm glad your church don't do that. I pray you have a pastor that has a heart like me, that loves people, that when someone will come up to you, if they've been strung out on drugs for a week, they done shot up and got track marks on their arm, or they got pink hair or blue hair or whatever, and they're on their last leg, or, you know, I pray your pastor has the kind of love to be able to show them and be able to stand up before the church and say, quit shunning these people. You know, let's open the doors and get them in, because the only way you're going to get them in, you got to show love. They got to see Christ through you. And prayer in school, you know, there's a lot of homes these days. And I blame not only Madeline Murray O'Hare, I blame Lyndon Baines Johnson for signing the Civil Rights Act, you know, which Martin Luther King was really against, because it took a lot of the fathers out of the house, and it did. You know, there's a lot of now, sad to say, there's a lot of houses that don't have a father or a mother. These children are being relied on to be raised by a grandmother who wasn't. Probably a lot of them wasn't a very good role model when they were younger. So, prayer in school, I can remember, Steve, and I think you can too, before we rose, stared at the flag, put our hand over our heart, recited the Pledge of Allegiance, the principal or our teacher would say, let's have a moment of silence, and give about 20 seconds if you wanted to pray. You know, you can pray, you know, bow your head, say it in silent, and pray. You can even do that in the morning school. You know, like my mother said. My mother, you know, my grandparents, and then later my grandfather become a minister. But she wasn't raised in church. You know, she started learning about God because when she was a little girl, they prayed in school. They taught the 10 Commandments, God's universal law. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Thou shalt not covet what thy neighbor has. You know, don't bow down to any graven image, because I'm a jealous God. You know, God's universal law, it was taught. But because of people like Madeline Marine O'Hare, Lyndon Baines Johnson, and a lot of other people that have waged war against God, you have what you have now, a lack of God and a whole abundance of Satan. And we explained last night what evil is. But Steve, and I've said it time and time again, I'll say it until that last trump of God sounds. You can read that in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 52. In the twinkling, the blink of an eye, the last trump of God sounds, dead in Christ shall rise first. And we, which remain, will be changed immediately and join them in the air. And also, very important, Proverbs 22:6. Train a child in the way he must go. Therefore, when he gets old, he'll never depart from it. And Steve, God bless you. God bless you, everybody out there. I love you. Know this. If anyone shuns you, if you're listening to me right now, you've been on a 4-day bender, shooting up God knows what, know that we're not going to shun you here at Determined Ministries Church. You know, it's just a Facebook page you can go to. You're more than happy to reach out to me. And I'm going to tell you how you can get it right, who you need to go to, and that person you need to go to, he's an open door according to John chapter 10. He's an open door for the sheep to go in and out of to find pasture. His name is Jesus. He died on the cross. He shed his precious blood so that you could avoid a devil's red hell. And that's the kind of love that we're going to show, Steve. And God bless you, brother. when's your grandson's last day of school?
That was Tuesday.
Oh man. Okay. Well, little Rambler and Star Wars Dame, their last day is today, Thursday. So, well, man. Now it's time to get that pool prepared, and Mrs. Rambler and Mama Rambler and they're all on me. We want a pool, Dad. 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 That's all I'm hearing right now. So I guess. Oh yeah, and I done heard the phone call about the pool pump, and I can't remember the caller's name that said it, and I'm like, uh-oh. I said, boy, they talked about a 35-year warranty. The place I went to, I'm going to ask them again. So hey, is that pump covered? Because I need to make sure that pump's covered too. I'm going to make that kind of a $3,500 investment. Or, be like Big Moose. Well, I remember a while back, Moose called up and said he had an in-ground pool. He just got tired of it and dumped two dump truck loads of topsoil in it, filled it in. So, but God bless you.
They're typically a lot of work. I mean, I've never gone to the saltwater thing. I've had people for years telling me go to the saltwater, and it's a lot less maintenance, but somebody's going to have to be responsible to get out there and skim the leaves off after you get your storms come through. Somebody's got to vacuum the darn thing every few days. And everybody wants to jump in and enjoy it, but nobody wants to have the job or the duty of caring for it.
You see, and that's what I explained to Mama Rambler. I said, you got to get that brush out there and scrub it. You got to skim the leaves off. And a lot of them, God help you if you're near an oak tree and the wind blows acorns in it.
Yeah.
You got to get them out.
Yeah.
A vacuum cleaner can only do, the pool vacuum can only do so much. Guess what? You diving down there, get them things out. So, yeah, if everyone wants one, but yeah, it's kind of like that Simpsons episode. Can we have a pool, Dad? Can we have a pool, Dad? Can we have a pool, Dad? But anyway, well, listen, I love y'all out there. Remember, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And before I go, my mother learned about prayer in school. She got taken to church by a little old church bus. Soon after, my grandparents started going to church. My grandmother got saved. My grandfather got saved. My grandfather went on to become a mighty man of God and a preacher. And guess where it started? All in school by a teacher or a principal praying with those students. And I'll leave you with that. God bless you. We'll shout at you later, God's children.
Yes, sir. Like I said, in my elementary days, it was the national anthem, the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, in many schools now, they don't even, you had to stand for the national anthem. You had to put your hand on your heart. That might be offensive to some. Don't even have to stand up. And I'm not even sure if they do. Do they even do that in most schools anymore? I don't ever remember any prayer in school. I got my education, my religious upbringing in the home and in the church. And I had to do the church Sunday morning and Sunday evening and Wednesday evening. And like so many kids, it's like, oh, man, once you go to your Sunday school and you get through your Sunday service and you dread it, we got to go back again tonight. Man, I remember those days. And then, of course, you had the option, if you want to get your religion in school. Yeah, nowadays it's pretty much you can go to your Baptist school, you can go to your Catholic school, you can find whatever your religion, and that's where you're going to get your religion in school. All right, with all the things we've got going on in this country, it just seems to me there's more important things we could be working on, but I guess we're not done with the woke society. We're not done with the cancel culture just yet. We're still working on eliminated or erasing, I guess would be. We're still looking to erase our history. And on Tuesday, we got the official word. This is what the Pentagon's been working on with all the national security and international issues. Wars and rumors of wars, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, you name it. We're worried about the names of our military bases. Yep. The Pentagon's Naming Commission announced the new names for 9 U.S. Army bases. Bases originally named in commemoration of Confederate military leaders during the Civil War. We have to erase history. They were given the task in last year's National Defense Authorization Act to provide Congress with new names for bases, facilities, and other pieces of military property that have been named after Confederate leaders and other controversial historical figures. So the Naming Commission announced their proposed. Here's what we've got. Fort Benning, Georgia, will become Fort Moore. Fort Bragg, North Carolina, will become Fort Liberty. Fort Gordon, Georgia, will be Fort Eisenhower. Fort A.P. Hill, Virginia, will become Fort Walker. Fort Hood, Texas, will become Fort Cavazos. Fort Lee, Virginia, will become Fort Gregg Adams. Fort Pickett, Virginia, will become Fort Barfoot. And Fort Polk, Louisiana, will become Fort Johnson. Oh, there's one other. Fort Rucker in Alabama will become Fort Novosel. Renaming Fort Benning. Benning was named after Confederate General Henry L. Benning. We're going to change that to Fort Moore after Lieutenant General Hal and Julia Moore. Hal Moore led troops during the first major battle of the Vietnam War, the Battle of Drang. That was the battle depicted in the film We Were Soldiers, recall? I think that was a Mel Gibson movie, wasn't it? While the battle continued in Vietnam, Julia Moore waited at home as she and the other military wives waited for casualty notifications, which at the time came in the form of telegrams that were delivered by taxi cab drivers. Julia Moore would go on to advocate for the Army to establish uniformed casualty notification teams, which are still in existence today. We recommended Fort Bragg, which was named after Confederate General Braxton Bragg, to be renamed Fort Liberty in honor of the value of liberty. We're going to change Fort Gordon, named after Confederate General John Brown Gordon. This will be renamed Fort Eisenhower after General Dwight Eisenhower. Of course, the Supreme Allied Commander during World War II went on to serve as president from 1953 to 61. The recommendation, Fort A.P. Hill, named after Confederate General Ambrose Powell Hill, Jr., will now be Fort Walker, after Dr. Mary Walker. Walker initially tried to join the Union Army at the start of the Civil War, but was turned down. She was eventually hired as a surgeon for the Union Army. She was taken as a prisoner of war by Confederate forces in 1864. After the war, Walker wrote to President Johnson seeking a retroactive military commission for her efforts during the war. The Army determined there was no precedent at the time for commissioning a woman. Johnson instead awarded the Medal of Honor, making her the only woman in history to receive this recognition. What's wrong with Fort Hood? All right, well, it's named after Confederate General John Bell Hood. We're going to rename this Fort Cavazos, Cavazos, after General Richard Cavazos, who received the Distinguished Service Cross in the Korean War and again in the Vietnam War, both times for leading assaults on fortified enemy positions, they tell us. What else we got? Of course, Fort Lee, oh, heaven forbid, named after Confederate General Robert E. Lee. We're going to rename that Fort Gregg Adams, after Lieutenant General Arthur Gregg and Lieutenant Colonel Charity Adams, 2 black Army officers. According to the Progress Index, Gregg began his 35-year military career at Fort Lee and retired as the Deputy Director of Logistics for the entire Army. The Army established the annual Lieutenant General Arthur J. Gregg Sustainment Leadership Award in 2015 to recognize military logistics officers and officials who've made significant contributions to the Army's logistics. Worried about the names of our military bases. Those are in. If I did not share that list with you, and I'll be honest, aside from Fort Lee, I wouldn't know who the hell any of those bases were named after anyway. And as far as the general populace is concerned, how many people out there can tell you what any of those named military bases were named after? And do they really give a damn? Who is this trying to appease, I guess? All right, quick like before we hit our news break here, top of the hour, which we'll have a full hour yet to fill. I think we'll finally maybe hear from Horse Feathers this Thursday. Looks like Kentucky Ken is on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. I guess these ladies are going to be going to jail for a extended period of time. 2 women arrested after 500,000 fentanyl pills were found in an SUV pulled over for speeding on I-10 in Arizona. If you've got drugs in your car, don't break the law. Think that might be an idea? The pills concealed in collagen supplement bottles, found Monday during a search that also turned up a handgun and a large amount of cash. Police in the small city of Casa Grande, south of Phoenix. Overdose deaths in this country have risen for more than 2 decades. It started back in the 90s with overdoses involving opioid painkillers, followed by waves of death led by other opioids like heroin, and now it is the fentanyl, the illicit fentanyl. Last year, overdoses involving fentanyl surpassed 71,000. That was up 23% from the year before. There was also a 23% increase in deaths involving cocaine, 34% increase in deaths involving methamphetamine and other stimulants. But nonetheless, our border is wide open. You know, the overdose deaths are taking place because people are getting their hands on drugs. Have you seen some of the posts, people saying, you know, what's wrong in a country where mothers cannot get baby formula, but anyone, anywhere can get their hands on fentanyl? Court records did not list attorneys who could comment on behalf of these 2 ladies. There were also 2 children in the vehicle turned over to the state child protection officials. But yeah, 500,000 fentanyl pills. Final hour just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A fraudulent petition signatures report has been referred to Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel on Wednesday. A suspected signature forgery operation is compromising ballot placement for 19 candidates in Michigan, including 4 of 9 Republican gubernatorial hopefuls. A 10th candidate withdrew from the race on Monday. Michigan's Board of State Canvassers, which will accept or deny those signatures, will meet on Thursday. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has proposed restrictions that would block plans for a copper and gold mine in Alaska's Bristol Bay region. It's the latest in a long-running dispute over efforts by developers to advance the mine in a region known for its salmon runs. Critics of the Pebble Mine project called the move an important step. Others called the EPA's proposal, quote, a political maneuver. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
West Virginia has reached a tentative settlement with drug makers in an opioid crisis trial.
West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrissey said Wednesday attorneys for the state of West Virginia and two remaining pharmaceutical manufacturers have reached a tentative $161.5 million settlement, just as closing arguments were set to begin in a 7-week trial over the opioid epidemic. The lawsuit accused Teva Pharmaceuticals and AbbVie Incorporated and its companies of downplaying the risks of addiction associated with opioid use and overstating the benefits. The judge in Charleston, West Virginia, put the trial on hold for the parties to work things out. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
President Joe Biden said he and First Lady Jill Biden will be traveling to Texas in the coming days after a mass shooting at a school left 19 children and 2 adults dead. Biden says he hopes to bring some comfort to the community. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention data released this week showed that about 1% more babies were born in 2021 than in 2020. The slight bump followed a historic drop of 4% in 2020, the largest decrease in a half a century. The Washington Examiner reported women under 25 saw an overall 2% decrease in births from 2020, which is a record low for that age group. The shortage of baby formula took center stage on Wednesday. Reporter Tim Berg has the breakdown.
Some states are facing serious shortages of baby formula. A House Energy and Commerce subcommittee held a hearing on Wednesday to investigate the Food and Drug Administration's role in the shortage. Virginia Republican Congressman Morgan Griffith says the Biden administration should have acted sooner.
Was the administration aware that an infant formula shortage was developing for over 2 years and failed to take sufficient action to prevent the shortage from getting worse? Or were they caught flat-footed? Or, as I believe, both? No matter the reason, it's not acceptable.
He says he wants to know why the FDA didn't act if they allegedly knew about the shortage 3 months ago.
Literary super agent Mort Janklow, whose clients included Ronald Reagan and Barbara Walters, has died at the age of 91. Janklow was credited for the proliferation of blockbuster books and million-dollar deals in the 1970s and beyond. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour. What are we looking at? Now we're looking at a Thursday morning. Heading toward the weekend. Very interesting. Somebody said, hey, dear liberals, there was a monkeypox outbreak in the United States in 2003. We had 71 cases. We had 0 deaths. Can you move on with your lives? Oh, yeah. What was the latest? Okay, yesterday, Roche, R-O-C-H-E, the pharmaceutical lab, says, hey, we've developed 3 test kits to detect the monkeypox virus. As the disease spreads in regions outside Africa where the virus is not normally found. More than 200 suspected or confirmed cases in Europe and North America now. The Swiss company said one of the 3 light mix modular virus kits will detect orthopox viruses. That's the biological grouping which includes viruses associated with monkeypox as well as smallpox and cowpox. The second test detects only monkeypox viruses, specifically the West African and Central African strains. The third is for researchers and detects both orthopox viruses and the monkeypox virus. Everybody, stock up. Get your test kits. How long before the government starts offering hey, you can order your free monkeypox test kits at the taxpayer's expense, right? Like you say, Horse Feathers, you're doing everything you can to avoid the monkeypox.
Oh yeah, we're going to shut down. We need 2 weeks there to slow the spread. Everybody's got to stay home, slow the spread. Wear a mask, wear 2 masks. Got to, just gear back up here, But shut everything down. We're just going to 2 weeks there just to slow the spread, to flatten the curve.
That's it, flatten the curve.
Boy. Yep, there we go. So have you ever seen videotape pictures of the White House? People go there and visit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever notice the security detail that's on the roof or
the
White House?
Remember when let's see, you didn't go with us to D.C. That way I was thinking of Scotty.
Oh.
When we were in D.C., I mean, anytime that there were Congress members or whatnot going from one building to the next, they had them on the streets, they had them on the roofs, they had them on the balconies, and they're all armed to the hilt. They have them on the White House roof. Absolutely.
Yeah, but for the most part, to the general public, unless you happen to see them right at a specific moment, for the most part, they're pretty inconspicuous. They don't stand out. They're there. They're around. For a lot of times, you just don't see them, But you could probably do something like that with the schools, especially if you had a couple units that, randomly changed from school to school to school with, no notification of where they're going to be, just to have something of that nature, But the thing is that once you fortify the schools, all we're going to do is move to the next soft target, aren't we? Aren't we going to move, continue on with the churches and then the movie theaters and the grocery stores?
Oh yeah, they're
How about the sporting events? We got this thing in Baltimore called the light rail. Well, the politicians call it the light rail. All the citizens call it the crime train because it goes from the airport area up to the ball fields, the M&T Bank Stadium and Camden Yards, which is actually a great ball field. But and then from there it goes north out into the suburbs. And what happens is whenever anybody wants to go boost a car or do something, they just jump on the train because, it's one of them ones that you say you buy a ticket and, it's on the honor system. So you just jump on the train and don't buy the ticket. You just jump on and you ride out. And when you jump off the train out in the suburbs and well, then you carjack somebody and then go for a joyride and either get back to the city or crash the car on the way to the city or whatever it was you were doing there. But anyways, as I say, they just call it the crime train. But you get they want everybody to not drive into the city, which I don't go into the city after dark anyways, but that's a whole nother story. But they want everybody to ride this train. Now what happens when one of these clowns with a gun decides to get on this train and it's a-holes and elbows and, you know, they got a whole bunch of extra people that there isn't room for in there, and well, there you go. There's another one of your soft targets, because all you do is walk on the train, Your Honor. There's no security. You know, they got some Metro Transit police that are around, but for the most part, they don't bother anybody. And as long as you're not looking like you're doing something stupid while you're trying to get on the train, there's nobody to bother you. So, I mean, all these, all your rest of your soft target is going to be there. I admit we're going to protect the kids at the schools, and that's a great thing to do. And we should probably take the $40 billion that we sent to the Ukraine and worry less about them and worry more about our schools and our kids and everything, like we've been talking. But you know, the soft targets are going to be there, and as long as we have soft targets, these idiots are, that need, well, I shouldn't call them idiots. They're mentally incapacitated, need mental health and mental care, and to be probably taken care of somehow. But as long as those soft targets are there, there's still going to be the problem of what's going on. And
it will continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's nothing new, and it's highlighted now in these last couple events and in the past current events. And I mean, I don't know. I think on the news they said there was like 220 mass shootings since the beginning of the year or something. But as you say, you look at, the mayor of Chicago came on and made that big statement, and she has that much happen in a weekend in Chicago. And we had the mayor of Baltimore come on and make his big statement. And well, if you go per capita, what happens in the city of Baltimore is 3 or 4 times worse than Chicago every weekend. If you start
based on the number of people,
out, the population.
Yep.
Absolutely. So Baltimore's 3 or 4 times worse than Chicago. So I don't know. It's just there's a lot of things that need to be addressed, and everybody, as long as people keep getting something for nothing, and the government keeps making it so that it takes a village. You have to rely on us to take care of you. As long as they got the people believing that they have to rely on the government to take care of them, it's never going to change, because you're never going to get different politicians, because as long as the ones that are getting something for nothing are going to keep voting in the ones that are giving it to them, giving them their crumbs while they're sitting up there in the office on the hill surrounded by the swamp, making all their deals that they get richer. So I mean, that's the whole, there you are. There's the whole problem. And as somebody said, until there's some way to pull the chain to make the spiral circle in the swamp go down the hole, then we aren't going to ever get anywhere. So anyways, I don't know. That's about what I had for you. I've just been circling around it, I don't know. Maybe one of these days somebody just needs to take one of these in and make it a Molotov cocktail and start all over again or something. I don't know. But
boy, oh boy.
Did I say that?
Yeah,
did I say that? I didn't say
you
that out
actually
loud.
alluded to that. I know what you're talking about. All right, Horseman, you look out. I'll be knocking on your door, buddy.
Probably be up there at the Make-A-Wish convoy there, making I bet you they wouldn't make a donation, would they? Probably not.
Yeah, they'd make an arrest.
Anyway, speaking of that,
terroristic threats, you dummy. Terroristic threats.
Where's that? I didn't see it. It's dark out here. I can't see a dang thing. But anyways, hey, speaking of Make-A-Wish, they're tallying up some more numbers there. It's getting a little closer to what they were hoping for the year. So But anyways, Hot Shot Secret Team's holding on the second position there, but there's some other donations come in, and I'm down around number 10 right now, so could be falling depending on how much more tallying they get.
So
you know them people up in Pennsylvania, they just take a long time to tally the numbers there. So anyways, we'll see where it all comes out in the wash, but it's all good. That's all for the kids.
I guess as long as they're just, if they continue to magically find donations showing up here, and I guess that can't complain about that. That's a good thing, right? All right. Hello to Kentucky, Ken. What's going on?
Hey, good morning. The rain stopped. I've awakened to dry weather. That's good.
Good.
Hey, I am getting ready to go get my shower and get on the road here, but I reached out to Rambler this afternoon or yesterday afternoon before I climbed in the bunk. I'm just going to ask the listening audience and everybody who believes in the Lord above that there's a real good buddy of mine. I don't know if we ever got into this with me and my little story, but I know you know that I've been into German Shepherds a long time. I started training dogs and competing in a sport called Schutzen, which is an international sport, and that really got me interested in police work back in the early 80s. And a buddy of mine who I've known since 1982, he was a former real small department police chief, a canine handler, helped start canine with state police. He got cancer about a year ago, and he has home hospice going on right now, and just a bad situation. But this man has done probably more for canine in the greater Cincinnati area than anybody I've ever known. And I'm just going to ask people to keep him in this his transition to heaven, that it's peaceful for him and his family and everybody who of course cares about him. And it's cancer got him, and it really doesn't matter, but it's just tragic. This guy's not that old. He's in his early 70s, and has always been pretty healthy and all that. And in the last 3 to 6 months, it's just tore him apart.
Wow,
So
ate him up.
I just wanted to, it ate him up, and it just, you get, every day's a blessing, Steve. I truly believe that, and tomorrow's not promised to any of us. And anyway, I just asked for some prayers from some people, and hopefully his transition is peaceful, like I said.
Yes.
I appreciate it. I surely do.
All right. Well, I hate to hear that, Ken, but hey, thanks for the news, and yep, prayers for your friend there. And you have a great weekend if we don't talk to you again before. For those who maybe do not have any of the social medias, I know there's a few. Horse Feathers doesn't get on the Facebook thing. I don't think Big Moose does the Facebook thing. And I know there's a number out there that don't. So you don't see some of the things I post yet. Came across the comments from Ted Cruz. I guess it was day before yesterday, and he's talking about what's going on with the skyrocketing fuel prices, the diesel prices, and this whole thing about this is a deliberate, intentional, one decision after another decision after another decision from Joe Biden and this administration to force us to go out and buy a damn electric car, which I've been saying that. I've been beating that drum. Of course, I've also been saying, the grid the grid's not gonna handle it. I mean, it's gonna get downright ugly. But I wanted to share the audio of this. because, as Ted says, this is an outright deliberate plan. You will buy an electric car. So says this administration. And I went on to say, Steve Sommers has been telling you the grid's going to fail first. Get ready to start walking to work. Get ready to be able to cook without electricity. It's all part of the Biden plan. I said, in 1.5 years, this man, this Joe Biden, has destroyed this country as we knew it. But take a listen.
Harry Truman famously had on his desk a plaque that said, "The buck stops here." Joe Biden seems to have replaced that plaque with instead the phrase, "The buck stops with Putin." Because nothing is Joe Biden's fault. Well, I'll tell you what, the little stickers on gas pumps all across the country illustrate the American people know exactly whose fault this is. This was deliberate. This isn't an accident. This isn't an unintended side effect. This is exactly what Joe Biden promised he would do, and it's what he's done. If you look at when Biden was sworn in, gas nationally was $2.09 a gallon. On that first day, what does Biden do? He cancels the Keystone Pipeline. Boom, day one. What does he do after that? January 27th, a week later. He halts all new oil and gas leases on federal land, both onshore and offshore. Federal land, onshore and offshore, comprises roughly 25% of U.S. oil and gas production. Next, February 19th, he rejoins the Paris Climate Agreement. Notice what's happening to the price. Next, May 7th, 2021, Biden takes 30% of land off limits to oil and gas. Price keeps going up. June 1st, he halts drilling in Anwar, the incredibly petroleum-rich section of Alaska with vast reserves, very small portion of Alaska, he shuts it down. Price keeps going up. June 30th, Congress reverses the Trump natural gas regulations. October 7th, Biden reverses the Trump NEPA regulations. October 29th, Interior begins the, quote, social cost of carbon designed, again, to drive gas prices up. November 15th, a moratorium on oil drilling in the Chaco Canyon. And then February 24th, Russia invades Ukraine. By the way, Biden is trying to blame Putin for the increase. And listen, Putin bears some responsibility for that increase, but he doesn't bear responsibility for all of this. All of this happened before Putin invaded Ukraine. March 1st, Biden releases oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. March 21st, the SEC proposes an anti-oil rule. Let's shut off equity. By the way, you combine that with the banking regulators that Biden put forth, who are trying to shut off debt. So if you have no equity for drilling oil and gas, and you have no debt for drilling oil and gas, you know what that means? You have no money for drilling oil and gas. And what happens is the price keeps going up and up and up. And then May 12th, Biden cancels the remaining lease sales. This is decision after decision after decision designed to cause the price to go from $2.09 to $4.48 a gallon on average. Just yesterday, I led a letter with 19 of my Senate colleagues to Biden's Secretary of Commerce, asking her to stop slow-walking permits for oil and gas exploration in the Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico has massive reserves. At its peak, produced roughly 2 million barrels a day. And yet the Biden administration is slow-walking permits at every stage. This is deliberate. It's not an accident. It's the radical Green New Deal politics, because Joe Biden believes if gas is $5 a gallon or $6 a gallon or $10 a gallon, that if he imposes enough pain on working men and women, if he has enough moms that have to spend $100 to fill their minivan, if he has enough guys that are spending $150 to fill their truck, that eventually everyone will have this epiphany and get rid of that truck or get rid of that minivan, and everyone will go buy an electric car.
Yep.
And he's willing to make the American people suffer because of his political agenda. This is wrong. It's cynical. It's abusive. It's cruel. It's hurting the most vulnerable in our country. And it's all deliberate.
It's all deliberate. I mean, and what he was doing, was he had a graph, a chart that he was going back, with each date, starting with the day Biden took office, the Keystone Pipeline, looking at the price at the pump, which was never went down. It was every day since this man took office, up. And with each new decision, each new regulation, every single thing this president and administration has done, the price has gone up. Then there was a spike, which he admitted, when Russia invaded Ukraine. But the trend had been from day one of this administration, day number one. And they're still making decisions on a daily basis that are hampering and hindering additional production in this country. But he told us on the campaign trail, he says, I'm going to remove millions of internal combustion engines from the roads in this country. That was his plan. Get ready to start walking to work. When people do go out and start buying these electric vehicles, because some will be able to afford it. Most won't. But with each additional electric vehicle, and we just shared the story, was it Cisco this week that said they're going to be taking delivery of hundreds of the e-Cascadia electric trucks. All these are going to have to plug into the grid that is about, according to the officials with the Electric Reliability Council, which we shared last evening, they're telling us 1 billion people on a global scale, but millions upon millions, nearly half of this country, are on the risk of rolling blackouts starting this summer. I mean, we're into the month of May. June 21, summer begins. Get ready to start walking to work, and you better have a backup, better have an extra propane tank. You might have to cook your dinner on the grill because you won't be able to fire up the skillet. I'm just saying. All right, with that, I'll get off my soapbox. We'll get back to your calls coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. What say you? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Democrat Beto O'Rourke, who's running to become the next governor of Texas, crashed a press conference on Wednesday and slammed his opponent, Republican Governor Greg Abbott. O'Rourke said the governor is, quote, doing nothing. Uvalde's Mayor Don McLaughlin told O'Rourke he was out of line and asked him to leave. Abbott said the shooter killed 19 children and 2 teachers before being fatally shot. In addition, he shot his grandmother and posted 3 disturbing messages on Facebook before carrying out the attack. Some relief is on the horizon for parents scrambling to find formula to feed their babies. Abbott Nutrition in Sturgis, Michigan said it will restart production on June 4th. Contamination concerns closed the plant earlier this year. The company has denied that its formula is linked to any illnesses. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, got a couple from the email bag. Doughboy checks in. He said, hey, just so you know, Big Moose did have Facebook, but he got permanently banned. Why does that not surprise me? You know, I come to think, it seems like I know he got thrown in Facebook jail a couple of times. So you got trumped. He got trumped. Permanent ban. Screw it. Good morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation Coffee Up. Happy Thursday. You are 100% correct about them gradually forcing everyone toward the electric vehicles. But no one's doing anything about it. I surely hope they will vote come November and then the next election in a proper way, or it may be all over. Anyway, ready to depart for Sterling Heights and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Everybody have a great day. Countdown clock says 213 days till Christmas. Thank you there, Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. Then Steve checks in, as he typically does about this time each morning. It's off to Indianapolis today, then a turn back toward Columbus. Memorial Day is the weekend, and I hope everyone's working on completing their cookout checklist. Meat, charcoal, and beer. Check, check, check. Everybody enjoy the day. All right, you have safe travels there, heading over to Indy. I think we're in that zone. Yeah, Indy to Cincinnati and all. Could see some stronger storms today, so be careful out there. Pay attention to your weather alerts, right? Then Steve, hey, did you post that Ted Cruz thing that you played on your Facebook page? Yes, indeed I did, and I played that from my Facebook page. That's how you heard that. So yeah, that's my Steve Sommers official page. SOMMERS, Steve Sommers. Because they've got the Overnight Drive Outcast page. They've got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive fan page. There's several of them out there. But more often than not, I pretty much I post things to my the page I've had for many, many years. That's where I've got the majority of my listeners and fans and what they call friends. You know, who made that point the other? They're not really friends. They're acquaintances. Most of which I've never personally met. Yeah, you've got the handful that's gone with us over the years on cruises and whatnot. Yeah, there's a few that are actual friends there, but we're all called friends these days, right? There's a friend. I met Hillbilly Tex in Louisville. Hello, friend.
Good morning, friend. Steve, these the two things this morning that really got me PO'd. My youngest son went to Fort Benning, Georgia for basic, and then he served 2 tours of duty over in Iraq. And now they're going to change it. That pisses me off.
Yeah, my son went to Fort Benning as well. Young Stephen, he did basic at Fort Benning, sure did.
Yes, sir, I knew that. I sure did know that. And another thing that really pees me off, them people down in Texas is grieving. They love babies. They don't need Joe Biden's stinking ass down there in Texas. He just ought to stay up there in his gum basement and let them folks grieve. You know, that just pees me off because he ain't done nothing to go. He ain't never been to Texas down there on this border crisis we got going.
No, sir. Has not.
So, I know you got a lot of folks calling in, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there. You know, I vote, so I got a right to complain, right?
Yes, you do.
So, in exit 81 off the Big 875, I'm a tipping a hat and a waving a hand at everybody.
Yep. Good to have you on board. Have a good morning, Hillbilly Tex. There you go. Let's see. I know some of the chat they get going on here back and forth. Who Daniel said, yeah, it's all delivered the way that fuel price this spring planting time, and the price of farm fuel or gas is outrageous. We got to have hay for the livestock industry and planting crops. Who's got the money to pay $4.50 a gallon for fuel to run their tractor to plant the wheat, the corn, the soybean? Biden is literally bankrupting our whole economy. And people are sitting back and letting him do it. You know, where is Congress? Well, yeah, Congress is controlled by the Democrats, Daniel. If anyone proposes anything to try to change it, as far as Republican legislation, first of all, Nancy Pelosi probably doesn't even bring it up to the floor, doesn't even discuss it. It gets tabled. You've got that split with Kamala Harris being the tiebreaker in the Senate. Yeah, 2022, that November cannot get here fast enough. Lord help us. All right. Now, Jeff said, I spent the summer of '87 at Fort Benning, Georgia. Yep. Yeah. See what's going on. Big Sexy on board. What's happening in Arkansas this morning?
Just out here running my route. Got 67 degrees and the rain stopped, so everything's going okay. Man, they really messed up now. They PO'd Big Tech. Hillbilly Tech. So they really messed up now, haven't they?
Yes, sir.
Woo! He's fired up. Did you get any emails I sent you, Steve?
I sure did. Yes, sir. Looking at the Jonesboro shooting thing. I hadn't seen the one about what's that debris field thing? Was that the guy that tried to steal the fire truck or whatever?
Oh yeah,
the dumbass.
Yeah, it shows the video of the guy lighting it. You can't really tell who he is, but you can see he lights the fires. On that Jonesboro shooting deal, that was one of the local truck stops here, and that was two truckers that got into it in the truck parking. One of them pulled a knife on the other and shot him and kept shooting him. Shot him several times.
Wow.
And he's charged. He's charged because he didn't just, defend himself. He kept, deliberately fired at him,
Mm-hmm.
So, but did you see the one about the cop that got arrested?
Officer arrested over allegations of child rape. Whoops.
And he was a school resource officer at one time.
Wow.
What in the world is going on with these people? And then you got this stuff down in Texas. I mean, that guy was, you can see the evil in the pictures of him.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, my goodness, when I was in school, you was talking about, we didn't say a prayer, but, we said the Pledge of Allegiance. And here, the radio station every day records a classroom, local classroom, and they do the Pledge of Allegiance on the radio every day. That whole class does. And they still do it in some of the schools, but not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, we didn't have a prayer. Now they did give us every now and then they give us a moment of silence if we wanted to, do something. But as a teacher getting up there leading a prayer, that never happened.
Right.
But we also had in high school all the students, especially the boys that drove vehicles to school. Every one of them trucks out there had a gun rack with a gun in it.
In that back window, yep.
From hunting.
In plain sight, yep. And nobody thought anything about it. Yeah.
No, we didn't go around shooting each other either. I mean, look at what the world's come. And I blame a lot of it on these video games. They go around, they shoot each other and kill each other on games. Oh, that's okay, I got another life. Or I can, somebody else can, one of the people they're playing with can come along and bring them back to life. They don't have they grow up thinking it's okay to shoot because they ain't going to really kill them, and it does. But, I mean, I don't know. I think this world's in a heap of trouble. But that's my thought on it. I just wanted to, that cop down here, school resource officer, everything else, charged with, all that stuff with kids, rape and everything else. So, they need to throw the book at him, and I can imagine what his life's going to be like if he ever gets to the pen.
Yeah, he's especially being in a position where, like you said, a school resource officer. I mean, when you're going to get additional charges for that because you're entrusted with the safety of those kids.
Yeah, but if he ever makes it to if he ever makes it to the pen, you know how them people in prison think of child molesters and stuff.
Yep.
He could have a rough time. Well, I'll back out here. It's getting, You only got about 15 minutes left. I'll let you get some more people in here.
All right. Thank you, Big Sexy, for checking in. The other story he was talking about out of Jonesboro was, I believe that was the industry story we were talking about. Police arrest a man after they say he shot another man at a local gas station. This is on the 24th. Yeah, this is actually the Exxon on MLK Drive. An argument in the truck parking lot. The victim was flown to a hospital, Memphis, with serious injuries. Let's see, they're in stable condition, according to police. Officers arrested the suspect, 45-year-old, identified by Smith as Emmanuel Moore. Moore admitted to officers to purposefully shooting the victim multiple times. A judge charging Moore with first-degree battery and set him a $100,000 bond. He'll be back on court July 29. I don't know, that may be a different story than the one I shared last evening. That was the one about the two drivers that had actually come together on the interstate somehow or another. And both trucks stop, argument ensues, and one of them pulls out a gun and kills the other. Okay. Well, there he is, right wing nut.
Yes. Oh, gee, it's been a rough day. Been trying to quit smoking them cigars old Putin give me. You know, I just can't keep that patch lit, and it sticks to my lips. I tell you. Yeah, that old bunch up there in Pennsylvania. What the hell? They run out of fingers and toes? Good night.
Yeah.
How many votes? Million? Good Lord. I mean, if the Democrats screwed it up during the 2020 elections, well, maybe it ain't all the Democrats' fault. It's got to be them Republicans, too. Yeah, that old boy from El Paso, what's his name? Beat off O'Pork? Is that his name?
Beto. Oh, beat off.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, that old Pork, I tell you, he, excuse me. Yeah, he ought to be the DA of the week. Going in there and politicizing this horrible incident. I mean, you know, there's a time and place for everything, but yeah, that's not the time nor the place. You know, let these parents have some time to themselves. Let them take care of their kids. You know, let them plant them in peace. And then when everything settles down, then let's talk about this. Maybe 18-year-olds shouldn't have guns, especially this generation. Maybe if they go in the military, they find out what life is really like. That might change their attitude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm traveling 25, heading south. They got a INS station here about the 32-mile marker. Excuse me. They got a lot of activity down there, They got red and blue lights out in the fields where the cactus are. They got white lights going all around. And I'll tell you what, that head jackass, what's his name?
Joe.
Biden. Yeah. Yeah, he needs to go down to the border. Oh, heat waivers, right? I mean, you're only going to be 75 miles away from the biggest damn entry point of the Texas border. Come on, Joe. Get in that gas-guzzling monster. Take that 75-mile drive down there and see what you can do about plugging it up. God damn it, I tell you what.
I think you better fire up another patch.
I think so. I don't have any skin on my lips, but I'll see if I can't get me some zigzag. I'll just wrap it up in one of those and smoke it. At least I'm off the rum and the vodka. Got me some Climax. That's the old boy Tim out of Virginia there. He's the one on moonshiners. Oh, I'll tell you what, every time I drink one of them Climax drinks, I have a climax. Ladies, y'all like me now? All righty, folks, I'm going to let you go there, Steve.
All right, wingnut. Right wing, is it right wingnut or right wing nut? Depends on how you enunciate that. I think it's a right wing nut. And we'll be back into here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, just a few moments left here on our Thursday morning program. A couple of other tidbits we hadn't touched on this morning. The Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, as we know them, apparently added 2 new stars to their memorial wall at their headquarters in Langley, Virginia this week. Well, what that means, it signifies for the first time that 2 agency officers were killed in the line of duty over the past year. In a press release, the CIA said they've added the 2 new stars during their annual memorial ceremony to remember, honor, and celebrate their fallen personnel. Now, with those 2 new additions Monday, the CIA Memorial Wall now has 139 stars, each representing an officer who was killed either in the line of duty or was killed specifically because of their affiliation with the spy agency. They did not specify the identities of the officers that they're meant to honor. The agency said the stars honor the memories of the fallen agency's officers, whose service must remain known only to a select few. The inscription on the memorial wall reads, "In honor of those members of the Central Intelligence Agency who gave their lives in service of their country." According to the CIA, officers are eligible for recognition if they lost their lives either in a foreign field or the U.S. Eligible officers must have been acting in an inspirational or heroic character while in the performance of duty, or as the result of an act of terrorism while in the performance of duty. There's several other possibilities there. According to Black Rifle Coffee Company, Coffee or Die, the magazine, they published the name of 37 of the CIA officers honored on the memorial wall remain classified even after their deaths. The CIA's memorial ceremony is only open to CIA employees and their family members, the family members of fallen officers. But during the ceremony, the agency reportedly presented the family members of the fallen officers with marble replicas of their loved ones' stars, even in death in many cases. Cannot divulge who that was. And in this case, there's two that we don't know who they are, but I guess the family members do. And with that, hey there, we'll close it out here on a Thursday morning. Are you making your final preparations for Memorial Day weekend? Who all's going to be traveling? I know 39 million plus, according to AAA. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, we'll share all the latest developments over the coming day here and make final preparations for the weekend. Hope you'll join us here for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones